Всем здрасте! Сегодня мы уже во второй день нашего Digital Summit 2020. Я вам скажу, давайте мы сначала представимся как ведущий этого саммита. Я Sergey Sevantsyan, Mastermind of Think Tank Community и...
And this is me, Catherine Ross. I'm a managing editor at Benzinga. Hi, welcome to the second day of the Digital Summit.
Друзья, вчера был настолько жаркий день, что наша техника не выдерживала и давала сбой. Но мы справились, и это было самое главное интересно и полезно. Сегодня мы постараемся вас удивить не только супер полезным и интересным контентом от наших спикеров и, конечно же, партнеров. Вчера наш день был посвящен биржам и legal, и мы послушали следующих экспертов в направлениях. Итак, первый наш спикер был представитель Binance России и СНГ Глеб Костарев. Потом у нас выступал Макс Кейдун, это founder of HODL. Была у нас Марина Аграновская, это управляющий партнер ГРАД. Потом выступал основатель Garantex Exchange Сергей Менделеев. Была Наталья Симпсон, это CEO биржи CoinsBit. Мария Станкевич, директор по развитию Эксмо. Виктория Wang, Region Director of Hotbit. Артем Стрельченок, это CEO биржи Free2EX. Екатерина Панченко, менеджер по стратегическому развитию. И Анна Лио, представитель Бики в России и СНГ.
And today, our day is very exciting, and we will be talking about networking and visionaries. And I'm very excited, actually, to announce the speakers for today. They are Vít Jedlička, president of Liberland, Giacomo Zucco, founder and CEO of BHB Network, Andrew Chmura, director for technology and innovation of Angry Foundation, Suzanne Templehoff, founder of BitNation, Kylie Chase, CEO of Master Ventures, Sergey Patrick, co-founder of UMS, Gil Petersil, networking mastery coach. So this is going to be very exciting. Do not turn off your screens.
Друзья, наши генеральные спонсоры этого саммита это CBS One, организатор конференции Сергей Петрик, сооснователь компании UMC, это биржа рекламы в мессенджерах, и, конечно же, наши партнеры, Diamond-партнеры CBS One, Colibri Group, CoinDar, Astral KKM, Dictum Factum, Emirex, iBanker24 и Biki. Наши золотые партнеры – это Best Investing Blog, BingBon, ARPA, Walton Chain, CyberVan, Umecoin, клуб IT and Digital директоров Я IT и CryptoMoney, CoinCodex, Snapper Buzz, Bybit и, конечно же, генеральный инфопартнер саммита ForkLog.
And our next speaker is the president of the newborn country that is called Liberland. We are trying to tune him in, so it's going to take just a little bit of a minute for him to speak. Do not turn off your screens. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS One financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS One. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS One, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS One ecosystem. CBS One is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from...
Welcome back, and I'm very happy to present our first speaker. He's a special guest because he's the president of a country. This country is called Liberland, and his name is Vít Jedlička. He's going to talk about how Liberland will provide a blockchain e-governance at a constitutional level. Vít, hi, thank you for being here with us.
Hello, Catherine. Thank you. It's great to be with you. I'm actually very close to Liberland right now. So first time I'm doing the presentation of this size online, but we have a very good connection. So I hope it will stay with us.
For sure, for sure. So you can start. Yeah.
All right. It's great pleasure. I would like to introduce you what Liberland is doing in terms of blockchain, but not just that. I will show you a little bit of our other activities. Right now I'm on the SS Liberty. That's our main active ship right now, and we are using it to go to Liberland. And for those of you who don't know what Liberland is a 7 square kilometer land between Croatia and Serbia, and very special place, which was one of the last places of land unclaimed by any other country. So 5 years ago we claimed it, and since we are working for the recognition of the country globally. I really like this quote, you know, that Liberland is a provocative idea which has reached serious proportions. You know, this tells you something that even by Croatia, that is, I would say, our biggest challenge in terms of diplomacy right now. We are being taken seriously and we are recognized. Why did we start a new country? I would say that the main reason was that at some point in my life, I realized it would be much easier to start a new country than to change an existing one. And we have this challenge, all of us in our country. Sometimes we feel that there is something wrong with the political system, that the democracy doesn't work, that the system of the governance isn't transparent enough. And when I was 13, I read this book by Frederick Bastiat called The Law, and it explains in great detail what are the biggest challenges. So if you have some time, you know, you can either see my TED talk or you can also read the book. It's a great read. We have a great team of people right now with me, and Liberland is full of opportunities already. This is, for example, our foreign minister, Thomas Walls, who has been working with the Holbrooke administration, with US as a diplomat for many years, working also on the Daytona agreements. So our team is fairly strong, and I will introduce you to the whole government in a little while. Liberland basically does fulfill all Montevideo criteria as they are defined by this agreement. And also, if you want to read a little bit more about this, you can just read the Michigan Journal of International Law or the Chicago Journal of International Law and see exactly what we are doing. But what is the most important thing about Liberland is that we are planning to build the freest country on the planet, a country with voluntary tax system, with voluntary interactions between the state and its government. And we know very well that we can actually count how much beneficial this whole activity would be for our two countries that are right next to Liberland, and that is Serbia and Croatia. And we know that in 10 years, we would probably add more than 15% of value to these countries. Here on the graph, you can see that it would be even a little bit more for Croatia than for Serbia, adding more than 1% of GDP growth every single year. And we also have a territory. This is me and my wife, very close from where we are parked right now here. It's a little bit windy. I really wanted to do it from outside, but I couldn't. So we had to go inside the very last minute. But Liberland is a beautiful piece of land with lots of sandy beaches. We have a very sunny weather here today as well already. This is our flag. This is our coat of arms. We also have a very beautiful anthems. You can check that. And you can see that we have more than 600,000 people that already applied for citizenship. So it's not a small nation. We have proclaimed the independence now 5 years ago. It was a big event. You know, we had more than 200,000 people that applied for the citizenship the first week itself. So the amount of interest that creation of a new country can create is amazing. And as of today, we still receive hundreds and hundreds of applications every single day. From beginning of the year, we had some 20,000 more applications. And if you look into cadastre maps of Croatia or Serbia, there is nobody else claiming this piece of land. If you look into Croatian cadastre maps until today, you cannot see the territory. If you look into Serbian maps or look into their official statements, you can also see there is nobody claiming this piece of land, and they officially stated they don't mind creation of Liberland. So from this perspective, Liberland was a very good place to start a new country. And we've got some 1,200 architects globally that applied for citizenship, and one of the most prominent architectural studios is Zaha Hadid. Maybe you heard about them. They have done some extraordinary work in past, and right now, and on 17th of July, they're actually organizing a big conference and another round of competition for Liberland. And I really hope that there will be a nice virtual Liberland kind of a presentation for investors and people interested in virtual reality created over the next couple of months as well. That's another interesting project that is happening right now. We have, of course, citizens out of the 600,000 applications that came in. We also have already around 1,000 citizens. We have a couple thousand e-residents. Those are the people that have joined our Liberland community and help it somehow. We issue passports. We organize events for them. The biggest event being the Floating Man Festival on 13th of August. If you really would like to see Liberland, the best opportunity would be 13th of August. And those are our boats. The one that is below, that is Liberty. That is our, I would say, active ship in Liberland. And the one above is Bitcoin Freedom that is being just now finished. If you come down to Serbia or to Croatia, it's very close by if you come to northern part to visit us in Liberland as well. So don't forget the 13th of August is probably the most important event in the whole year. Those are the two boats right next to one another. You've got lots of sport activities and entertainment activities going on. So the whole ecosystem is quite living. And if you want to get the latest updates, there are multiple internet channels that you can use. We are also building a free trade zone for Liberland companies here in Serbia. We have launched it quite successfully together with the Ministry of Economy of Vojvodina. So that was a big event some 14 days ago. Another, I would say, interesting project, especially for people, for example, from Russia, because there is already a free trade agreement between Serbia and Russia, and now Liberland companies can utilize this as well. And the government, that is also important aspect, and that is probably the main topic of my speech, what I'm going to introduce to you today. Those are the people, but of course the blockchain governance is something which we are working quite hard on to launch. So that's my wife, of course, the secret head of the government. She's been quite helpful, for example, upgrading this presentation last week. We've got two vice presidents. We've got Tariq Abbasi, the Secretary of State, who is also a representative of British Queen. So he's very helpful in pushing Liberland recognition forward around the world. The Foreign Minister and Minister of Interior, I would say, are the stable part of our team as well. And Samuel Karzarian, he's the one that is pushing the blockchain governance, I would say, the most in last 3 to 4 months when the new group was put together, a preparatory committee for the constitution and for blockchain governance. So let me talk about it a little bit more. That is something which I think we will be the first country or even first ecosystem that will basically have a fully functional online governance with all its aspects as a nation state. I don't think that anybody else before us had done this before, that we would incorporate all the agenda of the state, as well as all the budget, as well as justice, as well as registries, company registry, for example, ship registry, etc., on one single platform. And why is it important? I think it's very important while building a trust with citizens, not just with the citizens, but also between the citizens. If the transactions that are being taken care of by the state are actually transparently on blockchain, I think it's a big step forward. As well as, of course, it will clarify the relations between the state and the citizens in terms of paying the taxes. You will be able to trace exactly where your tax money is going. We have another challenge, and that I would say is the biggest challenge while implementing this, is the necessity to protect people's data, to have full transparency, but protect personal data are the two conflicting things which we are really trying to find a balance in. And I really believe that we will be able to basically remove the state from many of the activities, and we will be able to invite private sector, for example, to take care of registries and other things. Kind of Uberize even the registry service and the police service through a platform that will allow citizens to engage with our blockchain that will be organizing these things. So right now we have a congressional assembly that will be formed out of the people that are elected by people that have merits, the people that have paid taxes in Liberland. We have a government that will be formed from this assembly. We will also have a citizenship proposals, but those proposals will be mainly to get rid of the bad laws that government could potentially put together. We will have Supreme Court as one of those guardians to constitutionality of the whole system, and there will be also Senate, also another form of guarantee that Liberland will not slip out of its way. And let me just tell you a little bit more about our international activities. Right now, for example, maybe you heard Somaliland got recognized by Taiwan. We were the first country to get engaged in Somaliland. A couple of years ago, 2 years ago, we signed collaboration document with Somaliland. We helped them a lot with different humanitarian activities. And our diplomatic network is spreading now across 110 countries where we are pushing the recognition of Liberland forward. We also have a Liberland Aid Foundation, which is, I would say, the strongest tool of our international recognition effort. We are quite active in place in Africa, also in Central America. If there is something you would like to, anything you would want to contribute through Liberland Aid Foundation, you are very welcome. I would say it's a nice network of people that are able to deliver the aid where it's most needed. And every single aid that we deliver through this foundation is always for the benefit of recognition of Liberland globally. We have Order of Merit, that is me, for example, and Steve Forbes, but many other famous people, Thomas Garrett, Congressman, Ron Paul, Senator Sabina Riccardi, Steve Forbes, Mark Skousen, Patrick Schumacher, famous names that have already helped Liberland forward over the last years, and that all have received this highest award. And we have representative offices now all around the world. You can see that the world is almost completely covered. Wherever you go, there is always somebody to help you, be it Belarus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Cyprus, always people that are pushing the recognition of Liberland forward. For example, tomorrow I'm heading to Hungary. We have a big meeting of Hungarians. And our representative Balázs Magyar is organizing that, a person that is running a flight school, but also is very well connected in diplomatic circles of Hungary. Let me just browse that so you can see all the faces. Rick Holson, for example, is our representative in Bermuda, but he is also owner of one of the biggest insurance companies in America. Rabbi Raf Altman is a great support for our diplomatic activities in Central America. We made sure that in this brochure, basically the whole diplomatic network is mentioned, and you will be able to download this brochure, and I'm basically showing you 1 week ahead before it will be published. But you'll be able to download this brochure on our website to read all about them. But especially our network in Africa is extremely strong. If you ever need to get something done in Africa, don't worry and let us know, because in almost all the countries in Africa, we have some strong representation of Liberland business and diplomatic interest. And I can tell you these days, the crypto business and the coronavirus has been really the main focus of this Liberland business and diplomatic network. So that's it from me. I think my time is over. I hope I got you interested a little bit into our activities. I hope you will be able to join us during the summer. And excuse me for being a little bit informal in this presentation. We are in the middle of preparation of all these activities for the summer here with all the boats. So it's a really nice time here. And again, I hope you will be able to join us.
Well, I mean, that was perfect. So no need to apologize. That was perfect. Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions of my own because I've been listening very carefully. First of all, the quote that you said at the very beginning, it's easier to create a new country than change an existing one. That's a very powerful quote. Um, like I really need to think about it. But I do have like my first question is a personal one. What it's like just to go out there and create an entirely new country on a personal level? Like, is it very challenging? Is it satisfying? Like, tell me all about it. What was like just like go out there and create a new country?
Of course, it's a big challenge, and the biggest challenge is that you meet a lot of new people that you don't know before. But I can tell you, after 5 years, it has been amazing journey. I'm grateful for all the people that I met, and I would say also, you would expect that you would run into much more personal issues, for example. But at the end, I have to always smile at all the hiccups that we had in the past. But I'm very proud of the team that we have right now. It's a very strong business and diplomatic team that is pushing the recognition of Liberland forward. And I'm very positive that whatever obstacle we might have in the way, that we will be able to overcome it.
What was the main incentive behind it? Did you want it to create just an entirely new country with new law, new legislation, new kind of, everything new currency, new language maybe? Or you just wanted to create a country that is governed by people and truly really are for the people? What was the incentive behind creating a new country?
Well, I would say, the reality is that the truly functional nation is not formed on the basis of religion, language, or our color of the skin. Those are all secondary things. The most important thing is people, if they agree on the system of governance, and if they agree on a reasonable system of governance. So, for example, people in Switzerland, they don't trust their politicians. They have a very good reason to, right? Because politics is always a dirty business. It's always basically deciding about other people's money. So what I believe that, we don't have enough places like Hong Kong, like Singapore, like Monaco around the world. It's extremely difficult. For example, it's impossible to become citizen of Dubai. It's extremely difficult to become citizen of Liechtenstein, almost impossible to become citizen of Monaco. And you can see how prosperous these places are. And why is there so little of them? The rest of the world is usually in these big countries that are not that functional, that are not that attractive for people to live in, and they're collecting huge taxes. Even United States nowadays is bureaucratically very difficult to deal with, as well as the taxes are not the most friendly in the world. So I would say there is a large demand for creation of new countries. I'm very keen that there is this kind of startup societies institute, for example, pushing for more, I would say, free economic zones. But what I believe that it's very important to start with a sovereign country creation, something that can take the world to the next level.
I did have a question about but why would one want to become a citizen? But you've just kind of answered that for all those reasons that you've just mentioned. I do have a question based on your presentation. Why do you have two vice presidents? That's just like very interesting.
To be honest, it's I will give you a little bit of background, which I normally don't give. The vice presidents are also basically the managing directors of Liberland companies. So we do have a kind of triumvirate before the constitution itself will kick in. And it's a form of protection. So if anything happens to me, there are still two other people that have full powers to operate the key things that Liberland needs to operate. It's a kind of a personal insurance policy that if I'm not there, nothing will stop in this preliminary period before the whole governance kicks in.
And I think I just kind of lost it there. What kind of currency? What is the national currency?
Of course, it's a Bitcoin.
Okay.
But we do have our national token. People that contribute to Liberland basically get a staked form of this token, which is something that they will be able to use for voting. There is also tradable form of that token, and I think we will be able to launch it fairly soon on a decent exchange. But I would really like to first to have a governance on chain. So, you know, it would not be me responsible for the monetary policy of Liberland. It would be a extra entity basically created in a very transparent fashion, unlike other monetary institutions. And we still have a debate, you know, how much Liberland should have its own monetary system, or how much this token should be really just a share of the country. So this debate is still ongoing, but you know, I believe that it's viable to have our own unit of exchange at the end. But it's not the most important thing about Liberland. It divides our community, to be honest with you.
Well, what if the people want to vote against you? would you...
The thing is that every single merit holder will be able to cast their merits. So how much you basically collect through your contribution to Liberland, that will be your vote. And you know, people will not be able to cast vote against me. There are some voting systems that basically allow you to cast vote against somebody. I don't like that. I'm happy if people cast votes for somebody, and those people that get the most votes will get to govern at the end, right? So this is the plan, that initially there will be 7 members of Congress that will pick up, will choose the governance, by basically government within themselves, and every single quarter of the year there will be another congressman added to the group, and this group will basically have its own prime minister. Where we were still discussing if the position of the president will be there for the future, or if it will be more of a prime minister. But it's just a basically question of semantics, because I would really like this system to be something new, to be completely digital, and to be very attractive, both on the side of technology, but also on the side of the ways things are structured. So I hope, cross fingers for me in this endeavor.
And I do have my very last question is, it's kind of a complex one, a compound one. How do I get citizenship? Like, am I able to get it? Like, am I the right person to get it? And is it recognizable?
You look like one.
Are you just, do you just judge by the looks, or like by the way I speak? Like, or maybe, I mean, are you looking for specific background, education, or beliefs? I don't know, political views. And is it like, if I get it, is it recognizable by other countries? Like if I say I'm in the airport and I want to travel from Liberland to the US, can I really do that? Right. So first of all,
of course, we still have a lot of diplomatic challenges, but we do have a couple countries that have established diplomatic relations with us, and that's a couple countries that recognize our travel documents. It's being enlarged every single month. I would say we do have some major breakthrough in that, but you know, like our passport, the regular one, is not really a good travel document, but it doesn't mean, especially if you're a member of Liberland Diplomatic Corps, you will use your diplomatic passport a lot, because you're likely to engage in different travels for the recognition of Liberland, and then you get to use the passport. But right now, I wouldn't recommend Liberland passport as a travel document. It's mainly meant for Liberland diplomats to be able to legitimize themselves with the foreign governments.
So, and to the question of how do I get one? Do I go to some site and apply?
It's very easy. Just go to liberland.org, fill in the application there. You can get the e-residency card, and with that you can start a Liberland company. With that you will be able to use multiple financial institutions. For example, Bitwage is supporting Liberland companies right now. And with that, you know, if you find a way to get engaged, for example, you start a successful Liberland company, you will be eligible to get the citizenship later on. Or you can just contribute, and of course, every contribution matters. Right now, the benchmark is 5,000 merits for the people that want to get citizenship.
So I think I know what I'm going to do tonight, checking that site. But thank you so much for your time and for your presentation, and good luck with everything you do in Liberland.
Yeah, thank you. And we were quite lucky that we did have a stable internet connection. I'm waiting so much for Musk to cover Liberland with the new internet connection. That will be a great thing.
Twitter. He's usually very responsive. Just text him on Twitter. I'm sure he will be very interested.
Okay, great.
Okay, then thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as for us and for all the rest of the viewers, we will have a 5-minute break right now, and we will be back with the next speaker.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
I'm right in it.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are on Digital Summit 2020, and our speaker is already here with us. Nice to meet you here, Giacomo Zucco. He is the founder and CEO of BHB Network, and his topic going to be about Bitcoin in a COVID-19 84 world. Fundamental analysis. Your turn.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. So the brief talk that I will give today is about Bitcoin fundamental value. I entitled it Fundamental Analysis. What I mean with it is that I will not discuss mostly technology, but the economic aspect of Bitcoin, intending both the financial and the commercial potential adoption and use and value of Bitcoin. And it's fundamental, meaning that this, what I will discuss will have nothing to do with trading at all. I will not give any kind of price technical analysis or suggestion. I will just try to stay on fundamentals and to evaluate a little bit the possible implications for the value of Bitcoin of the particular international situation that we are living right now. I put COVID 1984 in the titles, meaning that my analysis will not actually focus on the pandemics, the syndrome, the respiratory syndrome that everybody discussing already, which I find not especially unprecedented as a situation, but I will rather focus on the political and economical consequences of the social transformation that happened because or on top of, let's say, triggered by this particular situation, which is the unprecedented rise of authoritarian measures. So lockdowns, restriction, travel restriction, commercial restriction, expression, freedom of speech and expression restriction, and so on, that follow this particular situation. I will, my intention is to talk for about 20 minutes, not more, and then open up to some questions if there are, and you guys can interrupt me in any moment and bring on some questions or whatever. So my analysis will basically focus on the two principal functions of Bitcoin as an invention. We all know that Bitcoin was invented following a decade in the late 90s of research about digital cash. What digital cash mean is some instrument that could give to people in the digital world, so in the internet world, in the e-commerce, e-finance, the same level of privacy protection and censorship resistance that was already common in the physical world when we exchange cash. So if you are buying your newspaper or your coffee with cash, it doesn't matter if you voice the political opinion, which is controversial. It doesn't matter if you are or not registered on some kind of KYC, AML authority. You just give the guy your coins. The guy can recognize your coins. The guy, you know the merchant, because you have to know the merchant in order to trust the product. But the merchant doesn't know you. The merchant doesn't care to know you. Nobody really wants to know their customer. They just give you the good or service and they take the money. And that's important for many reasons, especially protection of minorities, protection of free speech, and especially financial inclusion, because if in order to pay, you have to be registered with some political authority, that basically excludes most of the people on this planet. Basically, you know that the absolute majority of people on this planet, they don't have a compliant KYC AML identity with the legacy banking system. So the research for Bitcoin was basically built around this concept of digital cash, something that I can use online. I mean, cash is great because I can do everything I said without registering, without exclusion, without censorship. The problem with cash is that scale, cash is very expensive and slow to move across great distance. If you have to pay with PayPal or Revolut, you can pay across two different continents. If you have to do that with cash, physical cash, you have to take the physical cash and ship it to another continent, which is extremely slow and extremely expensive. So cash is slow and expensive. Digital cash, on the other hand, could do the same thing or kind of the same thing that cash could do, but in a digital world. This research eventually ended with the development of Bitcoin in 2008. And then in order to make Bitcoin work, Another completely distinct function was basically at the center of the study or research about Bitcoin, which is the concept of digital gold. So a store of value which is independent from political interventionism by the central banks. So a store of value which is politically neutral, which doesn't depend on the choices of inflation or deflation or interest rate manipulation or quantitative easing or LTRO or whatever. So cash as in nobody can stop my transaction and I can do my transaction with privacy. I don't need an identity to transact. And gold as in my value doesn't depend on political choices by central bankers and government. So the interesting thing about these two aspects of Bitcoin is that they were both theoretically important in 2008 already, but 2020 made those hypothetical value propositions absolutely paramount and important for and urgent for our everyday life. The first reason that it has to do with digital cash was basically the enforcing of social distance measures that basically happen to force digital interactions over physical interaction. We in this conference right now, we are an example. We are doing a digital summit and we are doing them that via Zoom. 1 year ago, we would probably be physically somewhere and we will just meet on a stage or something like that. This changes everything, including the possibility to buy tickets for this event in physical cash, the possibility to participate to the, well, this is just an example, but there are many, smart working, etc. Everything that somebody could do with cash before, after the social distancing measures is becoming difficult. And so this is creating a very interesting perfect storm for Bitcoin, because while before we could argue that the people that were more in need of censorship resistance and identity privacy were people left outside the financial system. So people that were censored, like WikiLeaks, or maybe right-wing commentators in the United States, or somebody without an identity in Africa or Ukraine or whatever. But on the other hand, these people traditionally were inside an ecosystem where the digital infrastructure was underdeveloped anyway. So some guy in Venezuela, he badly needs cash because he needs privacy, he needs censorship resistance. But at the same time, in Venezuela, the technological infrastructure is so weak that probably you will just have physical exchange and you will use cash. On the other hand, a typical guy in California, he will be very active on e-commerce and e-finance, but he will also be privileged enough to be not censored and not stalked with a digital identity. So the situation before 2020 was people who is very, very in need of privacy and censorship resistance. They are not really into e-commerce. They mostly stay in physical exchange. And people who, on the other hand, are very much into digital realm, they are privileged and they don't really need censorship resistance, not often. Since the first half of 2020, that changed a lot, because with smart working and stuff, cash transactions are severely diminished right now. There are a lot of reasons why people should interact online before more than was happening in 2019, for example. And there is a very similar and specular and symmetrical change in the digital gold value proposition as well. So all the risks that we discussed about hyperinflation and collapse of the fiat money, that was always a reality in places like South America and some places in Western Europe. We have seen hyperinflation crises in Ukraine, in Zimbabwe, in Venezuela, in Argentina, but we never seen that in so-called stable situations like US dollars and euro. For sure, the purchasing value of the purchasing power of dollar was destroyed over a century. Like 97% of purchasing power of the dollar disappeared, but it was a very slow and predictable process. So it was not there was not really a fear of fast devaluation of the dollar. So what we were discussing as Bitcoin advocates and researchers was seen as something theoretical. Like, we may have problems with political money, we may have some inflation crisis, some overproduction of money supply, but this is something theoretical. We are preparing for that, but it's not a reality. Well, after the lockdowns, after what happened with this authoritarian measure was basically an unprecedented disruption of the economic infrastructure of the entire world. So the level of unemployment is a level which raised above the levels of the 1930 stock exchange crash. The level of economic disruption is something literally unprecedented, which is actually fairly predictable in a way. If you shut down the world economy, which is a very complex and interconnected organism, for a few months, you can expect to basically destroy economic value in an unprecedented way. Even a world war, I mean, world wars destroyed a lot of life and industries, but they were never global. Even even wars basically involving several nations, they were always sparing some other nation. If you were in Switzerland during World War II, you could still trade and exchange like in most parts of South America. This was not the case during this lockdown epidemic. And except for very few places like Sweden, Japan, and Brazil, but even if those cases were still kind of open and functioning, the interconnection made so that everybody suffered the same kind of consequences. And these consequences are now bringing the central banks to actually enact policies that were considered only theoretical until just 1 year ago. So right now we have the Federal Reserve. You can find a lot of videos and written papers of Federal Reserve employees and authorities talking about unlimited printing of cash, unlimited cash reserve, and unlimited ending out. Right now, the Federal Reserve was just limiting itself to create a new monetary base as a reserve for commercial banks, but not directly handing out newly printed money. Now they are seriously considering to inflate the economy directly and not just indirectly by inflating the monetary base. They are buying penny stock. Basically, they are using newly printed money to acquire on the open market stock from not well-performing, non-performing stocks from the stock market. And they are discussing, for example, there was for the first time in history, temporarily in the US, the reserve requirements for a commercial bank, they went to zero. So you know that there is a fractional reserve. A bank can lend out more money that they keep inside the reserve, but this was always a percentage relationship. Like you can rent out the money, but you have to have at least 15% of the reserve of what you're lending out. Or maybe it become 10, maybe it become 8, maybe it become 4. It never came to zero until 2 months ago, when for the first time in human history, a reserve banking system in the US was temporarily applying zero reserve enforcement for commercial banks. So I think that what is interesting for Bitcoin and for investors that are evaluating Bitcoin's value proposition is that Bitcoin is a kind of asset that the first time is starting to be tested in the actual market about characteristics that were only hypothetical and only theoretical until a few months ago. Of course, this also happened at the same time of the halving. So in theory, it would be the perfect storm for a price increase, because the two arguments that I gave are two arguments for increase the demand possibly of Bitcoin. And what is a halving is basically a programmatic decrease of the supply of Bitcoin. So it looks on paper like a perfect storm. The price is surprisingly not actually reacting of any of my points in the first 2 months after the halving and 3 months after the global lockdowns and economic crisis. So I think it's very important to see this period as an actual real-time, real-life experiment about the value proposition of Bitcoin. I think it would be very surprising if the price of Bitcoin didn't reflect any of the value proposition real life experiments that I was mentioning and discussing. So my contribution today is just this. Think about these two kinds of effects of the lockdown, and how do they make hypothetical scenarios in which Bitcoin is fundamental way less hypothetical and way more realistic and urgent. Of course, there are many things that stand between a theoretical analysis, the theoretical fundamental analysis, and the current price, expectation pricing, second order reactions of the market. People can predict an increase, so they wait to buy until the increase is already happening, or something like that. Or many institutions, they cannot buy Bitcoin in huge quantities without increasing themselves the price, because the market is still very shallow. The market depth of Bitcoin is still ridiculously low and ridiculously small. It's a very shallow market. So there are a lot of reasons why we should be very careful while translating a theoretical fundamental analysis into a medium-term price prediction. But I think it's very interesting to evaluate this kind of relationship between between this kind of unprecedented scenario and Bitcoin as a different, new, uncorrelated asset class. If you have any kind of question, I can elaborate more some of the points or take any question you have.
Yes, Giacomo Zucco. Yes, your name is Zucco, right?
Yeah, correct. It sounds the same as the Zcash guy, but it's written differently. ZUCCO.
I see. Thank you. You have mentioned about Bitcoin to become as digital cash or digital gold or digital currencies, something which are going to be for the payment within the peoples. But we clearly see on the market that now raise up stable coins, raise up CDBC, raise up something happening in China as crypto yuan. Just give us a little bit more comments about that, because the capitalization of that digital money now a little bit up more than Bitcoin as is.
Well, I'm not sure about more, but is getting really close. If you look at just Tether, for example, Tether is a kind of stable coin. I don't like the term stable coin very much, because fiat money isn't stable by definition. Fiat money is losing value since a century, even in the best cases like the US dollar. And eventually, in the history of money, fiat system always end up in hyperinflation. So I will not call something that replicates the price of fiat stable money. That's not a very happy choice. But let's call it a fiat coin. Bitcoin similar instruments replicated fiat coin. So first of all, let's talk about central bank sanctioned fiat coin. So for example, the Chinese central bank coin, or the hypothesis of a Fed coin. The point is that these are actually nothing interesting, in my opinion, about from the point of view of technology. They're very interesting from the point of view of politics and geopolitics, especially, and commercial politics. So the point is that fiat money, in most cases, for the vast majority of the money supply, is already digital. We often discuss Bitcoin as the digital money, and euro or dollars as non-digital money. That's actually not the case. The vast majority, like close to 100% at this point of the monetary mass of euro and dollars is already digital. The physical fraction, the physical coin, the physical banknotes that we use are an irrelevant fraction of the digital money supply. So the point about the new Fed coin, or the point about the new Chinese central bank coin, is not that they become digital. They already are digital. What's the difference? The difference is that they will become more centralized. So basically, right now, the way the central banks work, you don't have an app, a mobile app that connects to the database of the central bank. The commercial banks, they do have an application, a system that connects to the database of the central bank. The central bank increases the money supply digitally. The printing of physical money is almost irrelevant at this point. They increase digitally the supply in their databases. The commercial bank, they interface with that databases and use the reserves, the delocalized reserve of the commercial bank as a base in order to loan externally new digital money. And the new digital money we are discussing now, it is also entirely digital. And then you finally, as a final customer, you use your mobile app to enter your e-banking system. And in your e-banking system, you move the digital money, which is a representation of the commercial bank liability, which is correspondent to the central database of the monetary mass produced by the central bank. So you have actually, when you use, for example, PayPal, you have 4 steps. You are using a fintech startup which is actually based on PayPal or Revolut or WePay or Apple Pay or Google Pay. You're using a startup big technological company, which is actually giving you the credit IOU based on a commercial bank account with, I don't know, Citibank or whatever, which is actually giving you access to the reserve on the central bank. What is different with this new Fedcoin hypothesis is that the central bank will let you access directly from the final user, will disintermediate the fintech company and the commercial bank to move directly liabilities in the spreadsheet of the central bank. So it's not a technological innovation at all. Technologically speaking, we could already do this with the technologies of the 90s. We don't really need anything blockchainish or anything cryptographic more than just TLS and normal cryptography. But the innovation will be political centralization. I'm still a little bit skeptical that this is going to happen, because while there is some appeal to this, basically the fact that the central bank could have like, well, when there is a crisis, you want to centralize because that's more efficient. You want more power, you want to disintermediate. But on the other hand, there is a very strong network of lobbyistic relationship between commercial banks and governments and central banks. And I'm quite skeptical that, at least in Europe or in the United States, the political organs of the central bank could completely disintermediate something as powerful as the well-connected network of commercial banks. You have to think that, at least formally, commercial banks are actually shareholders of most national central banks like the Federal Reserve or the ECB. So the fact that you can disintermediate commercially your own shareholders, I think it's kind of suspect. So I will be very skeptical until I see it. But if it happens, that's not a technological innovation. That's a very strong political innovation in the sense of strong centralization. As always, centralization is always more efficient, but more fragile. So when you disintermediate and you concentrate everything and you centralize, you create something which is faster, cheaper, easier to control, but then easier to destroy when you bring down the center point of failure, the center point of control. So I would expect a monetary system which is more efficient, because instead of going through 3 intermediaries, you just talk with the central bank, but also more fragile, easier to censor, easier to control, and easier to manipulate. So that paradoxically, the 2 value propositions of Bitcoin that I mentioned before, the fact that you can transact like cash without censorship and without identity, they will not be true, most likely, with central bank coins, because you would have to be accredited. They will enforce, it would be easier for them to enforce KYC, AML, and taxation. And the second part as well, the inflation control, it would be even easier to inflate if they had a direct control, if you had a direct access, and it will inflate directly in the hands of the final user, and not just a controlled inflation propagated slowly with the 2. When you have intermediaries, you also have friction in the diffusion of the new monetary mass. So the monetary mass that you print doesn't hit the economy immediately. It just stays in the stock market for a while. It's more contained. While when you have like a direct bookkeeping of your mobile app in the central bank, you can have just immediate what the economists call Cantillon effect. You print more money and the price goes up, and you basically transfer of wealth from the printer, from the receiver to the printer. So in order to finish this answer, I don't think that stuff like Tether really is really strongly connected with this kind of sanctioned political central coin. Tether, in my opinion, is more like a bridge between fiat and Bitcoin. If you have to acquire Bitcoin, you need the KYC and AML identities, which can be problematic for privacy, can be also risky. So many people, many smart market agents, they are buying Tether from the Tether company with KYC AML, but then the Tether company can control the primary market of issuing and redeeming Tether, but they cannot control the secondary market in which people will exchange Tether for Bitcoin and Bitcoin for Tether. So basically, this bridge, I will call Tether more like a bridge coin than a stable coin. The reason most people, some of the market may actually buy Tether in order to speculate on the dollar. But I mean, to speculate on the dollar, you just have to open up a bank account. It's even safer. The reason most agents go through Tether is actually because they can use it as a bridge coin, circumventing some kind of legal, well, it's a legal arbitrage, basically.
Can I jump just a little bit quickly before, because we only have like 4 minutes left, unfortunately. All these arguments that you've just mentioned, they make a very strong case for why governments should look into, implementing digital currency or a stable coin. And why do you think they might change their, I mean, they're all were true before, they were all true pre-COVID era as well, right? But why do you think they're going to change their minds now?
Well, as I said, I'm not sure they are. They may, but I'm still a little bit skeptical that they can disintermediate commercial banks. The reason, the incentives to do that will be that, as I said, centralization is risky, it's fragile, but is efficient. If you want to increase or decrease the monetary base centrally, from the point of view of Brussels in Europe, for example, it's better to do that with the central system than with the decentralized system. And the commercial bank system is more decentralized, even if it's a cartel, it's not entirely decentralized, not an open system. It's a closed system, but is a complex system. While a European central bank coin will be a simple, super centralized system. And in a situation right now where politicians, they want to control more, not less, because they have to distort the economy in order to cover up for the economic damage of the lockdown. And they want to also control more of the capital flight, because maybe some people will be scared. There will be new debt and new taxation. And the new debt is also new delayed taxation. So some people can attempt to escape with capital from countries that are very close to take that capital. And so the government will want more control. And even if commercial banks are controlling, are delegated by governments to control the capital flight, the reality is that you can always strike a deal. If you are rich enough, you will always strike a deal with some commercial bank. While if they centralize control into the central bank hands, they may realize a stricter control on the economy, which is what they want, especially in the moment of crisis. So the crisis provides you with more incentives to control, because you have to try social engineering in order to fix the things. And also they provide you more excuses for control, because now the people see the emergency. So everything you have to do is to say that you're doing that for the emergency. So if they called you crazy, if you were going to hyperinflate in 2019, they will understand why you are hyperinflating in 2020, because now it's the emergency. So there are strong incentives to try to increase the levels of control on the economy.
Okay, well, thank you so much for this enlightening speech. And I hope that there is still a door to a conversation between governments and the representative of the crypto system. Thank you so much for your time and for being here with us. And and we are going to talk and take a minute and talk a little bit about our sponsors and partners. So the general sponsor of the summit is CBS One. The organizer of the conference is Sergey Petrik, the co-founder of the company called UMC. Diamond partners are Calibra Group, Coindar, Astral KKM, Dictum Factum, MRX, iBanker24, BKey. Gold partners are Best Invest Block, Binbon, ARPA, Walton Chain, Cybervein, Amcoin, Club IT and Digital Directors, EIT, Crypto Money, Coin Codex, Sniper Bass, Bybit, and the main media partner is ForkLock. Sergey?
Да, друзья, мы попрощались со следующим спикером буквально 2-3 минуты. Никуда не уходите, мы очень скоро к вам вернемся.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Hello, everyone. Again, we are back, and I want to remind you we are on Digital Summit 2020. Our next speaker is already here, and it's Andriy Chmura with interesting topic, chains within blockchain, DPKI example. Andriy, your turn.
Okay. Thanks to all. And we will lose time. Let's get started. A few words about our company, and then we proceed. Anchor is a multi-disciplined international holding company specializing in the creation of high-tech products in the telecommunication field, as well as centralized and distributed services. Our team gained years of experience and built up expertise to develop solutions, technological product for implementation in various areas. And our goal is to make decentralized solutions and services accessible for everyone, regardless of experience and background in the field of distributed technologies. In this presentation, I will try to add new technology, which essentially boils down to organizing some chains linked transactions within a distributed ledger or chain. And the technology can be effectively applied in those fields. We will demonstrate this technology example of decentralized public key structure, or short DPKI, as an alternative to PI. I like to stress classical PI or traditional PI. This assumes the participants are generally familiar with the digital technology, also on this high public key certificates are. So, let's briefly about disadvantage of conventional KI. Obviously, drawback is central. Compromise the certificate authority has sequences of S, nature, and effects KI use. Have the time to eliminate this drawback but maintain functionality. And this is the decision to a decentralized based on a distributed ledger. It is that functions the CA certificate will be formed by a community of trusted participants. Okay, next. It's necessary several problems. First, to rely store public keys and also verify a certain set of belongs to specific owner. How to verify the authenticity of the account in the absence of centralized entities as certification authority or registration authority. Anyway, the second belongs to the category fundamental. It is necessary, yeah, and that's it. I told you about the problem, so we can go to the next slide.
Andrew,
yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. There is a little bit problems with internet connection. Can you please maybe disconnect? I think change your network or be closer to the mic.
Okay.
Okay, let's try to.
Yes, connect and connect again.
You know, your internet connection is poor. That's why we can't understand what you're talking about.
I just reconnect. Am I right?
Yes, you know.
Do you hear me?
I hear you. Everything is good, but I don't hear you clearly. That's why we have a poor connection on your side. Is it possible to fix it?
I try.
I think the best way to turn off your video and just keep your presentation online. That will be great. Let's try to.
Okay.
Turn off the video.
Turn off. Okay. Yes.
Okay, good. And now share your presentation back. Go ahead. Share the presentation.
Okay. Okay. Did you see it?
Not yet.
I think.
Share the presentation. Да, Андрей, вы в эфире, продолжайте.
Okay. First, let's talk briefly about the disadvantages of conventional TI. Obviously, the main drawback is centralization. And companies of the certification authority have negative consequences of a mass and negative effects on TI clients. Hence, the task how to eliminate this drawback but maintain functionality. The solution is the transition to a decentralized solution based on distributed ledger. Assume that the function of the certification authority will be performed by the community of interested participants. Okay, a few words about statement. And it is necessary to solve several problems. First, how to reliably store public keys and all be able to verify that a certain set of keys belong to a specific owner. And secondly, how to verify authenticity of the applicant in the absence of such centralized entities as certification authority and registration authority. And the same task belongs to the category of fundamental.
And Andrew, are you with
Okay,
us?
a few words. Well, I'm here. Let's proceed. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
A few words about possible solution to the fundamental task of authenticating the applicant. I will mention a variety of security deposits, but this is the topic of separate report, as well as actions of interested participants to verify the applicant's digital footprint. Okay. In short, proposed solution is as follows. Information about the public is generated as a separate section. Single owner transactions for linked chain. At the beginning, chain is a special zero transaction. The owner can add new transactions to the chain. Some clarifications regarding the zero transactions. It performs the function of a kind of anchor of the entire transaction chain, includes the owner's wallet address. And now let's discuss the types of key pairs. Three different pairs are involved. Each has its own purpose. The first one is keys. I use to generate verify both a zero and other non-zero transaction. The wallet secret key is known only to the wallet owner. At the same time, the owner of any ordinary public keys. And the service key pair is owned by DPKI. The secret key is issued to registered entities and is used in signing transaction by digital signing algorithm, with the exception of zero transaction. Public key is used to verify obvious the digital signature of a transaction before it placed in the ledger. But the main key pair is ordinary pair, is similar in purpose to the public key of which certificate is issued in a conventional PKI. So, the main purpose is to guarantee the authenticity and integrity of ordinary public keys. And now let's follow the technology. Everyone can verify that the transaction belongs to the chain. If so, then the public key belongs to the owner. You can see this on the figure. We can take some transaction from the pool, verify its signature, digital signature, then verify connectivity between transactions, and if both are okay, we put the transaction into the ledger. I will tell you about this in details a bit later. And now about base technique. We use iterative hash technique that looks like the one shown in the figure. In this case, combined hashing is used sequentially by first CA256. This is the hash function, and then RIPMD 160. And the result is 160 bits, saving larger memory is not so cheap, as you know. Okay. And now about zero transaction creation. On this slide, it contains zero transaction contains information about the owner and his which a commission charged for placing a transaction to the ledger. Zero transaction is a kind of anchor, as I said, to the follow transactions with data about public keys will be attached. Consists of 6 data fields. You can see from left to right. The first field contains data that establishes a connection with the previous transaction. For zero transaction, this field contains nothing, you can know, which distinguishes it from subsequent transactions. And the second field is data for transaction activity. Contents of these fields are generated by iterative hashing. Okay. Shown as an example, the third transaction. I mean, a non-zero transaction creation on this slide. Notary public key is what all fact was up to. This key involves in various procedures and processes unfold in the surrounding world. Banking, other transactions, document flow, etc. For example, a key from an ordinary pair can be used to generate digital signatures of various documents. For example, payment orders, and the public key to provide this digital signature with subsequent execution of this order subject to its validity. Here, during the sign, two different secret keys are used. You can see private key and private key from the second key pair and private key from wallet key pair. There was some specific digital signature algorithm here, but this algorithm is described in a separate document which you can familiarize yourself with. Okay. Now about zero transaction verification, which is simple enough. And the key of the wallet and its address can always be checked. Zero transaction is placed in the ledger subject to the validity of the digital signature. It's a very simple procedure. Okay. Now, a few words about non-zero transaction verification, shown as an example of third transaction. On zero transaction, two different keys are involved. You can see here. A service key and wallet key. In all other respects, verification method coincides with a zero transaction. So no difference. Okay. For brevity, we'll call the data of the first and second link value and check value, respectively. The contents of these fields are generated by the iterative hashing method, as demonstrated by examples of linking the second and third transactions in the figure. More details can be found in technical documents. Okay. And verification. Here you the example of second and third transactions, which show how the connection check is performed. See that the check involves the link value, this one, the third transaction, of course. This is data from the first field of the transaction, third transaction. The check value here of the second transaction, of course. This is the data from the second field. Okay, now let's discuss the ledger. Which ledger is suitable for our purpose? We tend to have developed a ledger that, in our opinion, has a number of advantages, namely, supports several types of transactions. In it, you can both exchange assets, that is, called financial transactions, and form transactions with an arbitrary structure. Next, developers can access to a proprietary programming language Blank, which provides the necessary flexibility in various technical problems. And last one provides a mechanism for processing arbitrary data sets. Okay, let's sum it up. Of course, decentralization is a panacea. The fundamental problem of primary user authentication does not go away. If the Verification Authority or Registration Authority currently conducting verification of the applicant. And the PKI proposes delegating verification community of members and using financial motivation to stimulate activity. Open source validation technology is well known, and the effectiveness of such validation is confirmed in practice. Recall a series of high-profile investigation of the client publication, billing cap, and so on. And the following emerges. DI is ability to fix not, if not all, then many of the shortcomings of specialized PKI. Okay. But since questions and answers to them as well as comments are not provided, I finish my speech. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Andrei, for your time. It's very, yes, unfortunately, we have faced technical issues with the connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back within a couple of minutes. Stay with us. Interesting is coming up.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us. Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying tuned in. I hope you're enjoying our conference so far. Our next speaker is Suzanne Tempelhoff, founder of BitNation. We're very honored to have you here. And Suzanne is going to talk about individual resilience in a time of political and financial turmoil, from creating your own P2P nations to growing tomatoes. Suzanne, thank you so much for tuning in. So nice to have you here. How are you today?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for having me, Catherine.
You've got an amazing view. I envy that.
Yeah, it is. I am quite lucky indeed. Yeah. So basically, 6 months ago, I would never have thought I would ever grow a tomato. I was living in downtown Paris, and I had never heard about COVID-19 or the coronavirus or anything like it. It was the last thing on my mind, right? And then suddenly the whole Corona madness started while I was in Brazil. And I mean, it started before that, but that's when I heard about it first. And like everyone, I was watching the news every day obsessively, right? And I saw this thing of food banks in US, like middle class Americans standing in line for hours waiting at food banks. And it was just such a shocking view. I mean, I didn't think I would see anything like that in my lifetime outside of sub-Saharan Africa or North Korea, maybe. It's just such a strange thing. And I was like, how can this possibly happen? I mean, it's not like there's a shortage of food in the world. There is plenty of production, right? But it was a breakdown in production lines because we're so used to having everything centralized, right? From banking to governments to food production. And I looked around me, and as you can see, I'm living on the countryside, and I have quite a nice garden. So, but I never grew anything. I mean, it's not like I dislike it by any means. I just never really took an interest in it. So then I just started planting stuff, and honestly, I was really clueless what I was doing. I just bought seeds and throw them in the ground, literally. But eventually, after a little while, stuff started growing, and it became more professional, But then something else in this community happened. So to put things a little bit in perspective, so I live in a small village outside of Rio de Janeiro. And in this village, it's like a village of 10,000 people approximately. And there are quite a lot of foreigners who lives here. And so I heard about these accidents going on. So there was two of my neighbors, one Italian guy and one American guy, got attacked by gangs from the favela. They not from the village, but from the inland cities, the South Posadas and so on. And they literally come at night, 5 guys with machine guns. This is not a fucking joke, right? This is not easy stuff to deal with. So, so I became a little bit nervous about that, and so we gathered, so I decided to gather all the neighbors, basically all kind of foreigners, business owners, property owners for a meeting, right? For a security meeting to discuss how we could improve security peer-to-peer and help each other peer-to-peer, because the government here is, well, it's kind of not harmful, let's just put it that way, but it stays out of the way, but it's not so bad, but it's like governments in most countries are not great, I mean, it's okay, I'm not going to talk shit about them really, but it's okay really, but anyways, we want to have a little bit more control of our own destinies and not rely on again a centralized authority, a centralized production chains or whatever, right? So we basically started to set up, talk about different systems, how we can message each other, and if there's a crisis, how we can communicate securely, all of these things, right? Just kind of basic security strategies. And then we started to talk about, then we started to meet weekly to have these, to see how we could improve things, because there are other problems too, forest fires is a big problem here, right? People put fire to clear the land to be able to do construction or agriculture, and that's a real danger, right? So that's another problem we have to like kind of figure out together. And then obviously tourism, because a lot of business here is depending on tourism, and with COVID-19 and also being like the winter here, it's like not a lot of tourists here. So then that's another thing we have to discuss. And then, we kind of build consensus step by step like this. And by the end of the day, that is what a nation is. By the end of the day, we have actually kind of created our own completely voluntary, opt-in nation, kind of micronation, right? And we de facto govern like our mutual governance interest in our very small geographical area, right? And it all starts with this, with growing a tomato. This is how it all, starts, like taking control over like the basic things around you. People think like when you say, okay, I'm going to start a nation, and people see it like a big complicated project and like, ooh, so like technical. And I had the talks today, and there have been many very deep technical deep dives, and I'm not going to do one of them. I'm going to keep it very simple. So basically, you just needed to basically look around you, what do you have around you, and say, okay, what are the problems in my direct environment, right? In my direct community, in my neighborhood block, in my street, in my home, whatever it is, and how can I do small concrete stuff to fix them? And then obviously that's when technology comes in, obviously. Like we all know, right? Cryptocurrency, encrypted communication, blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna, I can't add anything that any speaker on this summit haven't already said about encryption technologies. But that's basically what I want to say, this is what we do at BitNation. We empower people to whatever situation they are in to basically, however big or small, local or global or virtual, start their own nation. And now in times of COVID-19, this is becoming a vital necessity as it's becoming, as governments are increasing surveillance, supply chains are breaking down, there is heightened criminality, unemployment, economic problems, and so on. Sorry, I see that you want to say something, Charlotte. Please go ahead.
No. You can go on. I do have questions, but I'm going to ask them afterwards.
Well, that was basically my whole pitch. Well, I just want to add something when it comes to BitNation. So basically, we're also decentralizing BitNation a lot more right now. Basically, we're calling it kind of a franchise system. It's not, when you hear the word franchise, you think of McDonald's or Hilton Hotels. It's nothing like that, right? It's more like a kind of a lease franchise where basically people can use our technology and also the brand to basically create both their own nations on one level, but also their own governance service providers, right? So that's basically the process we're in now. But there is more information about that online on the website and so on. And I will very soon, in a few days, publish the yearly review where everything is much more in detail. Yeah.
Oh, please send it my way. And speaking of online, you've had a video about you made by the media publication called Vice, right? In September 2016. Did you see
it? Which one? The
Vice Media.
Sorry.
Vice Media. Yeah, made a video about you. I'm just interested in one particular phrase, right? In this video, there was a quote, because a nation is as much as an ideological concept as it is a legal one. One strength of BitNation lies in its ability to give agency to groups who have been ignored or repressed by modern nation states. Do you agree with that? Do you still believe in this statement?
Absolutely. The technical definition of a nation is basically people coming together for a common purpose, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that would also be the definition of a community, but a nation is more political oriented with a more kind of specific goal of governance. So governance and political goals. So whether those political goals might be some form of ideology, it could also be just to, like here on the hill, like prevent forest fires, you know. It doesn't have to be like, yeah.
Do you have any further plans, maybe political plans, I don't know, local plans to help your community somehow more, besides just growing tomatoes? Do you have any like world conquering plans maybe?
Well, in terms of local plants, yeah. I mean, this is actually like a really interesting place in Brazil because, like right outside of me, there is like the largest oil reserve in Brazil. The city is receiving like a lot of royalties from Petrobras, the Brazilian oil company. So there is, you know, quite a lot of interesting projects here. Like the city has created their own cryptocurrency and are actually giving basic income to people here in cryptocurrency, and you can use it, their local crypto moneda is what it's called, to buy stuff in the stores. Most stores accept it around here. They are building a marina. They're building a huge tech university. It's really very kind of interesting what's going on here. This is kind of, I mean, beyond kind of my little village and hill, the entire city is like really moving in the direction of becoming sort of like kind of little Dubai, you know, or something, you know, and it's very cool to see and to participate in. So so yeah, that is really exciting. Other than that, actually now I've been focusing, as I said, so I've franchised BitNation more or less, or I'm still kind of, it's an ongoing process. And what I'm doing now, because I've been working on BitNation full time for 6 years now, which is a long time to do anything really, you know. So basically what I want to do now is to summarize my experience with it, because I've done some crazy shit, you know, like we worked on like the whole refugee crisis, Estonia partnership, the ICO craze. I mean, we've been through just so much like mind-blowing stuff. So I want to kind of like summarize it. So basically I'm writing a book and I'm also in negotiations to produce a series out of it. So basically I'm quite excited as well to beyond the whole franchise thing to be like a writer producer, you know.
That does sound very exciting. You've mentioned franchise. Can I ask you, how would that work? Do you just transit your system? Do you rent it to anyone, or you just consult other governments or maybe local communities? How would the franchise part of your talk work?
Well, basically, so at the moment there is, let's say loosely two franchises or two poles of it. So, basically, it's basically the right to use all of the brand and the password. Basically, that's what it is against some financial interest, and but I mean, BitNation always been two things, you know. I mean, and some more in BitNation been a movement, really, you know, and like a network of loose individuals, right, and also a startup at the same time. So basically, it's the startup, the enterprise part that is franchised. The movement, you know, stays a movement. And the philosophy, and you know, I mean, also it's not just the philosophy. I mean, we have expat, for instance, the cryptocurrency. It's a Ether token, Ether-based token, you know, which is also powering quite a lot of things, you know, and so it's a bit more than that. So. But right now I'm focusing like really a lot on the the franchise part and just the book writing part. So I'm kind of not so engaged right now on the whole kind of ambassador network movement side, but I will be again. And then, my wish is to, in time, formalize it a little bit more into a better, more concrete DAO sort of structure.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much for your time. Good luck with your movement and book. Please send me copy and send Sergey copy as well. We'll be very thrilled to read it. And yeah, I'm just not gonna look at your view because this is hurtful. and we're gonna take a little time to talk about the contest. Sergey, please.
Да, друзья, дорогие участники. Okay. Can I go forward? I think yes. Дорогие участники, мы решили сделать вас соорганизаторами самого масштабного саммита вот этого 2020 года и наградить вас за это подарками. Это и вправду эксклюзивная часть саммита, подарки. И 2 слова об участии в этом розыгрыше призов. Количество и ценность подарков зависит от числа участников саммита, то есть от вас. И каждый день вас ожидают розыгрыши крутых подарков и спонсоров от партнеров. Конечно же, вы все уже видели, что мы разыгрываем в конце недели, то есть 10 числа, автомобиль Kia Sportage Comfort, но нам нужно, чтобы набралось 25 тысяч участников, и это такое необходимое число. Мы очень вас ждем, так что, друзья, подключайтесь. Хочется напомнить следующее, что после выступления спикеров мы рандомно разыгрываем среди участников билетов бизнес и эксклюзив, призы от продукции Apple и эксклюзивные подарки от партнеров CBC One, это наш главный спонсор, Bybit, будет разыграна продукция Apple и Colibri Group, от нее скидки на услуги компании и партнеров. Еще раз вам напоминаю, что для нас важный момент. 25 тысяч участников должно набраться до конца нашего саммита, то есть 10 августа, 10 июля, что-то забежал вперед. Так что, коллеги, от вас зависит очень много. Хочу напомнить, что мы будем фиксировать участников для того, чтобы каждый день выигрывать 4 человека. Одну продукцию от Apple, это AirPods, 2 AirPods, одну продукцию iPhone сегодня же, и, конечно же, 1 человек, который выиграет скидки и подарки от нашего спонсора, это Colibri Group. Друзья, осталось совсем немного до конца сегодняшнего дня, а мы продолжаем. Увидимся очень скоро.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for tuning in again. And our next speaker is Kyle Chase, CEO of Master Ventures. He's going to show his presentation and talk about how to build a house of DAO, a crypto-focused blockchain governance.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for taking the time to listen to this. I want to talk to you about something that is very near and dear to my heart, and I believe very, very important. I believe it's one of the most important things that that we could be working on, and this is really a call for community to get involved, right? And so the project that we're working on is called House of DAO, and this is something that, even though we're initiating it, it's something that I want to be like a global idea and encourage a lot of participation. And I'll tell you a little bit about that now. You know, I know that the topic is micronations and, you know, how to avoid future crises. And I think that's what the whole point of, you know, blockchain and certainly the purpose of Satoshi was to prevent future crises. You know, Bitcoin was beautifully released after the 2018 financial crisis. And, you know, Satoshi specifically said that, you know, this was meant to prevent this kind of traditional legacy systems that have failed us time and time again, and certainly are not fairly distributed amongst the people. So myself, I've been in Bitcoin since 2012, you know, early investor and adopter of Bitcoin and Ethereum in 2014 or 14, I guess, when they did their public sale. And ever since then, I've been investing, building, and advising in the space. And recently, you know, 2018, I decided to start being more public because I really thought that there was a lack of very vocal, very opinionated, and knowledgeable experts in the space who were going to try to share the knowledge and make sure that the space develops in the proper way. So I'm going to use this presentation as just kind of an outline or structure for myself. If you would like a copy of the presentation, you know, feel free. I'll post it on my Twitter, which is just my name, Kyle Chase. And I talk about this stuff on my YouTube as well, same name, CHASSE. And also, if you just send us an email, kyle@master.ventures, I can send it to you and talk about it as well. So when we talk about micronations, like, this is really what the whole core of House of DAO is. It aims to take the Bitcoin approach to a different way of life. And, you know, what I mean by that is, I mean that we really haven't had an alternative method of conducting business, of conducting finance, of education. Really, from the time that we've been born, we're presented with the standard option, really. And there's some derivatives within those options, but really it's just the traditional systems. So And the reason that that has been like that is because there's usually, one major government that controls the entire nation, and then they delegate some rights to individual states or provinces or cities, but it all has to follow under that federal law. And so you don't see too much disruptive systems because everyone needs to ask for permission in order to do something. And if that thing that someone asked for required permission, it would not be authorized if it would challenge or disrupt the legacy infrastructure that was set up. So what we want to do is build out a new way of society that starts really with a different mindset from the ground up, all the way from the very, very root of someone's life, from the time that they're born. And, we believe that everything needs to evolve and innovate, and traditional systems just aren't doing that at a rate at which we can do it, right? We've been empowered with blockchain to really build more efficient systems. And, there needs to be a equality brought to the global citizens of Earth that we haven't seen efforts put out by any of these major institutions, at least not in my lifetime, right? So what we want to do, going back to this Bitcoin approach to changing the world, is really lead by example and demonstrate an alternative way to raise families, to initiate careers, become entrepreneurs, invent disruptive technologies, create super healthy, super happy, superhumans, things like that. Right. And so in 2018, I felt a tremendous need to, I really loved being surrounded by like-minded individuals. That's what I wanted to be around. I'm so passionate about blockchain and cryptocurrency and systems innovation. Like, the last thing I wanted to do was be in the places that I grew up and talking to people about the things that mainstream cares about, like reality TV and sports and fake politics and things like that, right? I wanted it to be around like-minded individuals, and really a ecosystem hadn't been created yet that I knew about, where it was really like-minded individuals that could live and work together, collaborate together, share each other's networks, socialize together, party together, hang out, and really that environment of having a conference-like environment 24/7, 365 is what I aim to recreate. So in 2018, halfway through the year, here on the island that we live on, Copenhagen in Thailand, I created a proof of concept. And I'll show you just like, I guess, a quick 1-minute video about it. It's Yep. So that is, let's go back to the presentation here. So that is essentially, let me close this out, what we are building. So we did it once, and I did it as a proof of concept. and it was incredibly successful. People loved it. And when people came to visit, it was validation time and time and time again. There was over 100 entrepreneurs. We had teams that we incubated, teams that came there that were decentralized, that came to congregate and go through sprints. You know, and it was something that's, yeah, like I said, validated my feeling that I wasn't the only one who didn't really want to live in traditional society, who liked to be nomadic, who wanted to be surrounded by like-minded people. And, you know, this really is something that was, like I said, just a proof of concept. And the vision is to be a lot bigger. We would like to have 20 or 30 of these things around the world where people can work and live from anywhere in the world and still have family dinner at night. Right. So now we talk about crises, you know, and we all are very aware of this COVID situation, whether we believe it's something serious or not. It's an entirely different discussion. But this situation has, you know, forced a lot of people to reimagine the way that work exists, the need to go into office spaces, and fortunately for us, it's put us in a good position when looking for a new place to launch House of DAO. We have a lot of opportunities because, unfortunately, for, you know, a lot of people that rely on tourism in Thailand, you know, they haven't seen much of a tourist season, and people really have some need to get their, you know, assets off of their hands. And you know, fortunately for them, you know, we're looking for something like that. So for us, you know, we've been very fortunate here on Koh Phangan, Thailand. We never had any corona cases, and we really have been isolated from the rest of the chaotic world, outside world. And that's, you know, that's something that's somewhat intentional. You know, when you look to build something incredibly disruptive and you start talking about experimental models and things like that, that really some people think is probably super strange, you want to be somewhat isolated in a way that you don't have a lot of people passing by and passing judgment. And you want this to be able to develop in a nice, quiet, secluded way where it amasses strength over time before the whole world finds out about something like this. Like, again, this is like Bitcoin's approach to adoption. When Bitcoin was being used for WikiLeaks, Satoshi publicly came out and said, I don't think this is a good idea. That's too much too soon, you know, and it needed more time for the network to develop strength, because that demonstration for WikiLeaks showed the power of what Bitcoin could do in the face of adversity. When every other payment rail stopped allowing payments to WikiLeaks, Bitcoin was the only one that worked and enabled them to continue doing work, continue doing their job as a public good. Right. So what we want to do, you know, and really this whole idea of House of DAO is something that we realize, you know, we want to grow quickly around the world, and in a smart way. And so what we need to do is we need to build a successful and highly profitable business model in order to continue to invest in our infrastructure and expand to new places and build out new opportunities. You know, so what we have an opportunity here is, one, leveraging distressed assets, as well as venture capital pooling. You know, we will have a incubation too, because the point, right, is having a community that, unlike a hippie community that just wants to procreate and leave zero carbon footprint, we want to do that too. But we also have a common collective purpose of making the world a better place through building disruptive technology. So a big part of House of DAO's infrastructure will be accelerating and incubating projects. And we also have a fund to do that. We will also be able to cherry pick the best projects from around the world, because which startup doesn't want to leave mom and dad's house and go to a tropical island with it's a lot of fun, and get to be surrounded by successful entrepreneurs who can help them grow their business as well, right? So we have an incredibly attractive value proposition to really help the best projects in the world to get off the ground. And for helping them do that, we take a small cut of equity, and that helps us grow as a community. You know, the market size is huge. This isn't even addressed the blockchain market. This is just co-living and entrepreneurs. And, you know, again, this is just talking about we were actually planning on launching, quite a few months ago, and obviously it didn't make sense to launch when you're dealing with a global pandemic and borders that are blocked. So, but it's put us in a good position. We have more opportunities now. We've got more places available, more locations to choose from. And we've also really thought about, a bit more granular about how we want the business model to look like. And, when I talk about micronations, I think one of the most important things to think about is the monetary and fiscal policy of that nation that you're creating. And so it's given me a lot of time to think about how the token economics would work in a society like this, right? And just like Bitcoin, the early believers, the people that started mining Bitcoin after Satoshi, weren't doing it because they thought they were going to be rich one day, or maybe they did in the back of their mind, but I guarantee you they wouldn't have been mining if they didn't believe in the product, right? And so they were mining and spending their own electricity, their own human capital, own hardware in order to secure the network for something that might be popular one day. And I think that's important to take that concept and understand this is what we need to create in order to have a collective common interest of people coming in and participating and adding value to what we're doing here. And so in order to build a community, you need to incentivize people. And this is where economics come in very important. And so when we plan on launching before, we were planning to, eventually decentralize governance into a DAO model. But at the beginning, we weren't thinking about a token, not because I didn't want one initially, but because they kind of have a bad reputation at times, especially since 2017. But, I care less and less about stigmas and perceptions and more about real use cases and building things that actually work so we can change that perception, right? So it's given us more time to think about that, and that's something that we're working on now. We have a quite a strong advisory team. I'm not going to go into detail on them, but again, this deck is available for anyone who wants it. This island is somewhere that I've been coming to for 16 years. I first came here in 2004, fell in love with it. And it's gorgeous. Like 70% of the island is national park. There's no traffic on the island. And the food is incredible. The people are incredible. You have an incredibly diverse audience here. And really, we're remote enough to be as private as we need, but we're centralized enough to where we are like a 3-hour flight from any major Asian hub, right? Whether we're going to go to Hong Kong or Singapore or whatever, we have access to that. Now, obviously, with COVID and with the idea of digital nomads becoming more popular, Copenhagen has climbed its way up through the ranks on sites like Nomad List, and it's consistently in the top 5 for number one, top destinations in the world to be a digital nomad. The island it's full of fun stuff to do, from adventure, like healing, meditation, yoga, quad riding, zip lining, elephant riding, diving, snorkeling, whatever. We have incredible cuisine here, some of the best food in the world. There's a lot of people who care about their health, care about what they eat. And, the cost of living is about 50% cheaper than it is in somewhere like United States. So I live in a huge, beautiful villa that costs me the same price I was paying for a 2-bedroom apartment in Los Angeles, for example. We have some really great projects that we're partners with that are other co-working, co-living spaces where our members will be able to also stay at those properties and vice versa. On the left, you see some projects that we've advised or incubated from before that have all been fairly successful. And lastly, to get this deck, I'll post it on my Twitter, which is So my Telegram is California Crypto, and also just check me out on YouTube, which is my name, Kyle Chassé, and again my Twitter, just search for my name, and that's it. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate your time. Please.
Thank you, Kyle, for your presentation, and thank you for being here with us today. And we're going to have a 5-minute break right now. And after the break, please tune in because we're going to have the organizer of the conference as a speaker.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Друзья, мы на Digital Summit 2020, и это, можно сказать, самый завораживающий момент нашей конференции. Вместе с нами организатор конференции Сергей Петрик, Cofounder of UMC, и он расскажет про личный опыт ведения криптоиндустрии в этом году, 2020. Сергей, очень приятно вас видеть. Вам слово.
Супер. Сейчас всех, друзья, приветствую и хочу выразить в первую очередь благодарность вообще всей команде, в том числе в лице Натальи Кременской, Марине и всех участников, которые приняли участие в организации этого саммита. Хочу выразить благодарность всем спикерам, которые сегодня участвуют и дают ценный контент и опыт. Отдельно, Сереж, тебе благодарность, отдельно Кэтрин, вы молодцы, смотрю просто профессиональный уровень. И хочу сегодня немножко рассказать о себе, о своем опыте, о том, как вообще появилась такая, скажем, идея Digital Summit, цифровой мир сегодня наступил. Мы все это понимаем, все это знаем, и все участники, которые сегодня здесь пришли, уверен, что подчеркивают это с каждым новым спикером, который выступает. Лично я познакомился с криптовалютой, с индустрией биткоина, можно сказать, да, вот в 2015 году. Мое знакомство было, как я называю, такое роковым, и потому что те, кто пришел в этот криптовалютный мир и остался, он здесь уже будет, скорее всего, до конца. У меня это была зима, 2015 год, звонит мне друг и говорит, есть интересная тема майнинг. Я говорю, что это такое? Ничего не знаю, но очень интересно. Я узнаю за это. Мой первый опыт был с майнингом, минус 35 тысяч долларов. Но этот опыт мне позволил, да-да-да, это было в 2015 году, которое мне понесло небольшой минус в моих инвестициях, но мне это позволило разобраться, что такое биткоин, что это цифровое золото, что нужно больше в это копать, нужно больше разбираться. Меня очень это сильно вдохновило. За ним, можно сказать, я продолжал свое участие в этом мире. 2017 год, наступает такой хайп криптовалюты, и каждый мой второй друг и знакомый говорит о том, что давай покупай криптовалюту, зарабатывай свои иксы. Каждый второй становился экспертом, проводил какие-то обучающие материалы, и это вот прям массово стало таким мейнстримом. Какой у меня в этом был опыт? Мы зашли, значит, я в 2017 году открываю свой личный канал, который называется Crypto Time. Можете посмотреть на лендинге Digital Summit, есть его ссылочка, там 30 тысяч участников. И делюсь своим опытом, как я вхожу в криптовалютные проекты, какие-то я создаю и какой у меня в этом опыт. Значит, веду как личный свой новостной канал. Мы заходим порядка 10 разных проектов ICO. ICO – это что-то аналог IPO, вот кто не знает. И у нас из 10 проектов 5 доходит до бирж. Мы зарабатываем примерно там в среднем на наши инвестиции там 10-12 иксов. Если посчитать за 2017 год, я считаю, этот год был такой очень такой переломный для вообще криптоиндустрии, потому что те, кто заработали много денег, они психологически поняли, что такие большие деньги здесь возможно сделать на инвестициях. После чего там 2018 год такой холодной зимы наступает, начинаю переходить в работу с многими трейдерами, как говорится, небольшой получаю опыт трейдинга, и этот опыт не очень положительный, и я по сей день уверен, что люди, которые занимаются, ну, скажем, такими новички в трейдинге, лучше этим не пробовать, лучше этим не заниматься. Если вы сюда уже пришли, попробуйте просто приобрести те ликвидные активы, которые вам принесут деньги в долгую. Постарайтесь это обеспечить с этими активами на год, 2, 3, 5 и более, потому что если вы посмотрите, любой рынок финансовый развивается десятилетия. Поэтому к криптовалютному рынку, если взять, всего лишь там 10 лет, да, вот недавно было. Вот, поэтому вот мои личные цели и вот амбиции с развитием Digital вот саммита и всех спикеров в том, что вы бы посмотрите на эту индустрию с другой стороны, что она принесет этому миру, да, потому что все государства в мире оцифровываются, бизнес оцифровывается, и вопрос просто времени, когда вы сами к этому придете и будете пользоваться так же, ну, как обычно денежными единицами, вы будете пользоваться какими-то токенами той или иной компании, которая вам нравится. То есть это вопрос времени. Что происходит дальше с моим опытом? 2019 год, после таких факапов с трейдингами, значит, перехожу на стартапы. То есть мы с командой, значит, создаем айтишные решения, в том числе на протяжении этих всех 5 лет с криптовалютой плотно входим в индустрию в разработки разных блокчейн, значит, направлений. Это свои собственные блокчейны, это готовые решения, смарт-контракты разные, это обменники, это одна из решений была биржа, значит, это криптобиржа. Было это как раз 19 год, эра криптобирж, каждый вот участник хотел в это участвовать в каких-то проектах, связанных с биржами, с кошельками, да, был такой вот определенная тенденция. Вот. И это, естественно, вот как раз 18-19 год, это всеми известный проект Telegram. Наверное, вот кто с участников имеет представление о этом шумном, нашумевшем, значит, проекте. И мы вот все думаем с командой, все, Telegram выпускает свое ICO, Telegram заходит на рынок, и это однозначно джекпот. Вот все так, я уверен, что очень многие подумали. Мы, соответственно, поучаствовали с фондом, зашли, как говорится, на полную котлету. Мы поняли, что это должен просто невероятный проект, который позволит сделать хорошие, скажем, хорошие деньги. И на протяжении 2 лет, как мы, как участники, как инвесторы через фонд были этого удивительного, я считаю, по сей день проекта. Увы, судьба не сложилась с ним, с запуском его в мир, но блокчейн сегодня, Telegram Ton, он, как говорится, крипто такими энтузиастами запущен, и вот кому интересно, он сейчас разворачивает ноды. Мы даже развернули свою ноду, стали валидатором для того, чтобы популяризировать вот Telegram комьюнити, потому что есть, скажем, такая вера, что этот один из лучших блокчейнов все же будет у него будущее. Скажем, верим в это. Telegram не вышел официально, запретили. Можете об этом почитать новости. Но этот проект был действительно такой громкий, нашумевший, который мог это дать. Вот. Какие у меня истории такие очень яркие, которые заставили меня остаться здесь. Мои друзья 2015-16 года, я вот говорю, моя история началась оттуда, зашли в DAO эфира. И когда у меня позвонили 2 моих друга, которые сегодня один сумел сохранить свои эфировые токены, его капитал уже не 6-значная сумма, а даже 7-значная сумма. И когда он мне позвонил, сказал: Сергей, давай участвовать в, значит, эфире. Есть такая DAO, которая проходится. Я сказал, что это ерунда какая-то, вот, и даже не хочу тебя слушать. Но вот эта история меня реально остановила, потому что этот человек сегодня, с кем я общаюсь, один из тех людей, с кем я общаюсь, кто зашли в это DAO эфир, обеспечил свою жизнь на всю жизнь. И этот урок мне позволил, скажем, пересмотреть, что всегда за вашу жизнь вам выпадает разный шанс, и его нужно использовать. И вот с криптовалютными проектами есть, как говорится, надо просеять, найти те проекты, в которые вам стоит зайти, в долгую проинвестировать, я так думаю, уделить этому внимание и зайти, потому что именно в таких проектах у вас есть шанс заработать много, опять же, денег. И с этими проектами, во-первых, вы можете пользоваться ценными продуктами, потому что все больше компаний появляется, которые делают, и каждый вот спикер, который выступает, говорит о том, что надо искать проекты, надо входить там, где есть продукты, комьюнити, где есть четкая команда, и где есть развитие непосредственно вас, вы видите в этом проекте. Даже минимум денежно или максимум еще каким-то другим. Поэтому мы в 2019 году запустили рекламный проект, который называется UMC, Universal Marketing Company. Это первая рекламная площадка, биржа рекламы мы называем, с применением токена. То есть где четко применяется токен в рекламе как дисконт, как скидка для того, чтобы ты можешь заказать, к примеру, тех самых лайки, комменты, кликеров через наш рекламный бот за токен, купив его на бирже, в которой есть определенная ликвидность, есть спрос и предложение. Мы просто поняли, что токеномика в бизнесе, она неизбежна, нужно просто все больше приходить к правильным продуктам. Поэтому это один из наших продуктов, который был запущен достаточно успешно, который сегодня на нескольких биржах есть. Следующий продукт, который мы запускали, это вот в этом году, в 2020 году, это продукт был связанный с хайпом таким нод, да, мастер-ноды очень сильно зашли на рынок, и мы создали для фонда, значит, создали криптовалютный кошелек, который сегодня называется iBanker 24. Это кошелек, который позволяет вам хранить ваши криптоактивы скажем, в одном кошельке, в одном месте, именно мастер-нодовский или валидаторский, да, сегодня вот так называется. То есть в удобном одном месте через Telegram-бот. 25 тысяч юзеров выбрал этот продукт и сейчас им пользуются. Вот, поэтому welcome, кто хочет использовать четкие продукты, применимые в этом мире, в криптовалютном мире. В ближайшем будущем очень много планов, в том числе запуски даже криптовалютной биржи, которая сегодня в разработке. В запуске есть продукты, связанные с криптокарточками. Сегодня вот Visa, MasterCard все больше интегрируется с финансовым миром, и у вас возможность появляется уже выводить ваши те же самые биткоины, эфиры или другие криптотокены на Visa, MasterCard и превращать их, ну, соответственно, в кэш. Вот такие проекты сегодня мы с командой пушим, вот, для того, чтобы вот все больше было вот таких как бы четких применимых продуктов, нужных, да, миру людям. Вот это, как говорится, я с вами сейчас делюсь своими какими-то опытом, факапами, где я, как вот, можно сказать, такой предприниматель, пробую, смотрю, как те или иные бизнесы накладываются, как их можно применить и где криптовалюта будет развиваться. Значит, много моих друзей окружения, которое сегодня есть, оно сильно очень зависит от инфоповодов или, можно сказать, от того, что происходит в мире. Сейчас криптовалюта находится, я считаю, в таком состоянии, как, ну, как какого-то скачка. И так как коронакризис, который сегодня наступил, он очень сильно нас, скажем, это остановил, ну или, так сказать, оставил в наших странах, где сегодня, мне кажется, что рано или поздно придет эра вот этих альткоинов, да, такой называется альт-сезон, который все ждут. Рано или поздно мы увидим, там, биткоин будет с повышенной ценностью туда стоить и 10, и 20, и 30, и больше тысяч долларов. Вопрос, может быть, там лет, но если вы здесь, поверьте, это пройдет очень быстро. И если вы найдете себя, ну, скажем, в этом, вы пришли как новичок, вы первый раз на Digital Summit, я знаю, что много людей сегодня здесь слышат эту информацию впервые, поверьте, вот такие мероприятия с такими топовыми спикерами, с такими крутыми ведущими, они позволят для вас все больше получать ценный контент. Моя лично такая рекомендация, мои такие советы, которые я даю всем, которые я вот сейчас даже веду в канале, постарайтесь вот вообще, когда вы зашли, подойти к этому криптовалютному, скажем, рынку таким образом, в первую очередь, с безопасности. То есть это кошельки, это ваши там личные почты, потому что этот рынок очень, как говорится, уязвимый за счет того, что много людей не уделяют время безопасности. Ну, то есть правильные кошельки, верификации, KFC, все эти вещи, разберитесь, посмотрите, найдите тех людей, которые, вот, скорее всего, как я, находятся не один год в этом рынке, они вам легко покажут, как это делать, чтобы вы как юзер, как пользователь, это точно так, как карточку открыть, находились легко и с помощью там криптовалютных кошельков легко переводили, хранили ваши криптоактивы. Второе, я считаю, что это правильные цели сыграть в долгую, то есть это найти те проекты, которые вам интересны, потому что я думаю, рано или поздно регуляция еще будет жестче, и мы просто уже будем там через те же самые биржи или через определенные проекты проходить очень большой ряд проверок, чтобы уже в эти проекты как инвестировать, так и на этом зарабатывать деньги. Я считаю, что это правильно. То есть это к этому придет. Вот. И третья, моя такая самая важная рекомендация, это всегда смотреть, что происходит. То есть возьмите, подпишитесь в правильные там новостные ресурсы, вот, подключитесь в разные комьюнити, где вам больше всего нравится, ну, для того, чтобы вы получали информацию и развивались, потому что этот мир, еще раз, меняется очень быстро, каждый день что-то происходит, и вы рано или поздно начнете на курс там того же биткоина, эфириума или других криптовалютных активов смотреть нормально, не с, скажем, таблетками для коровы, да, чтобы ваше сердце себя чувствовало, а вы будете спокойно, вы будете понимать, что это такие правила этого рынка, он так развивается, он очень волатильный, он спекулятивный, но если ваши цели такие, все будет окей. Поверьте, вы только, как это, станете умней, а если вы еще имеете предпринимательскую жилку, реализуйте проекты с криптовалютой. Поверьте, в этого рынка потенциал не миллиарды, а даже триллионы долларов. И рано или поздно это произойдет. Это мой личный месседж вам.
Сергей, знаете, у меня такие очень сильно смешанные чувства, прям по-английски хорошее слово «вау». Но как вам удалось попасть во все, так сказать, тяжкие, извиняюсь за выражение, майнингом? С DAO это крупнейший кейс, когда форкнулся Ethereum. Еще с Телеграмом я уже думал, наверное, у вас точно есть счет в MTGOX, и еще там, наверное, чтобы поделились. Сергей, вы уникальный человек, это прям какая-то бомба. Хотелось бы немножко комментариев, как вам удается вот так чувствовать эту гребню волны. Это очень хорошая предпринимательская жилка, это прям бомба.
Ну, опять же, если вы находитесь в этой пространстве, вот я говорю, вы рано или поздно находитесь с теми людьми, кто получает инсайдерскую информацию. Вот, я уверен, что здесь люди есть, и те, кто, как наш, в том числе, генеральный спонсор CBS, на правах рекламы за него скажу, что это одни из тех, скажем, новаторов, которые приносят в этот мир блокчейны, продукты с применимостью. У них в данном случае продукт с кэшбэком. Вы можете тоже ознакомиться с ними более подробно и увидеть еще, значит, выступление Дмитрия Ивченко, вот, генерального партнера. Так вот, такие продукты, такие проекты, они же когда-то начинали с чего-то, и, соответственно, кто-то за них рекомендации дает. И надо смотреть всегда вот что-то, что может не быть. И я методом делаю отсевки. У меня много точно так же было проектов, которые неудачные, да, ну или факапы назовем, без этого никак. И были такие проекты, которые вот, допустим, звездные, где нужно в них входить. Вот. И, как говорится, тут вопрос просто, ну, опять же, правильных целей, правильных инсайдов, и эти инсайды применять. Вот я стараюсь об этом писать в своих инсайдах на своем канале CryptoTime. Поэтому welcome.
Спасибо огромное. Знаете, есть хорошее выражение networking matters, но сегодня у нас вообще про визионерство. Вы как визионер в этой индустрии, то есть можно спокойно вас им назвать, потому что вы эти все уже прошли эти некие тернии ада, потому что в крипте творится все очень быстро, очень быстро.
Да.
Скажите, пожалуйста, как визионер, чего ждать в ближайшее будущее? Какие направления прям прорисовываются? Вы говорили про DAO, вы не упомянули, я не знаю, не помню, про DeFi, да или нет, с вашей точки зрения.
С моей точки зрения, вот я думаю, ближайшие именно вот где-то 3-5 лет, именно вот такую я вижу как-то картину, появится очень много тех инструментов, которые сейчас есть. Это фьючерс, опционы, которые они сегодня уже есть на рынках, но они вот как зародыши. То есть это финансовые инструменты инвестиционные, да, то есть они приходят, приносят их, а с ними же приходят миллиарды. А если приходят миллиарды, значит этот рынок будет развиваться. Вот. Точно так же, как государство, которое сегодня оцифровывает, вот тот же самый юань, да, китайский, который только когда он сделает правильный путь, я уверен, этот будет там через мессенджер, к примеру, WeChat или подобные мессенджеры, это автоматически миллиарды рынок, это миллиарды людей, которые будут легализированы эти все продукты. И, скорее всего, каждый из нас будет уже покупать уже там, к примеру, там как крипто-рубль, крипто-юани, то есть мы портфели будем делать уже с цифровых активов стран, государств. Уже не просто даже проект, а государств, потому что это будет как, ну, вот как стейблкоин, как USDT, то есть если вы в той стране живете, вы, скорее всего, будете просто местными банками платить налоги и, значит, пользоваться этим криптоактивом. То есть я вот думаю, это 3-5 лет мы это увидим. То есть вот такой переход в юридическое поле, в, значит, цифровое, связано с государственными валютами. Ну и, соответственно, компании уже будут каким-то образом это с биржами регулироваться, с вот этими новыми инструментами. Опционы, фьючерсы и так далее. Такое мое видение.
Да, это очень интересно. Кет, вы что-то хотел спросить?
I did want to ask about Telegram. Can I ask a question about Telegram? First of all, how, like, till the very end of the saga, because the SAC kind of was on it on Telegram since I think probably the end of 2018 and the entire 2019. Did you have hope till the very end that this project is going to be realized despite the legal troubles?
Касательно Телеграма, да, почему думаю, что все же его легальность не прошла, потому что я думаю, что Telegram это, как сказать, уникальный проект в том, что сама SEC, само государство, оно не хотело в первую очередь видеть, скорее всего, этот проект как Facebook, как Libra, да, если вы знаете Libra не прошла, опять же, по определенным юридическим моментам, потому что для страны, в том числе там Штатов или других стран, это новое, это совершенно, как сказать, это треть мира, которая автоматически, или даже больше половины мира, станет в криптовалюту. Ну, то есть они таким образом сами станут печатать деньги. Ну, это, представляете, это еще один появляется ФРС, только уже с аудиторией, авторитетом и доверием. Я думаю, что здесь вот больше из вот этих рассуждений не бояться таких проектов громких, больших, ну, государство, оно еще не готово, и эти проекты, ну, не дают, не пускают их сегодня в жизнь. Но вы видите, что весь мир переходит. Я уже знаю, что там Amazon делает свой блокчейн, я знаю, что делает Tencent, это 400-миллионная компания в Китае, владеет Вичатой. Они все рано или поздно вот, ну, либо с государством объединятся, либо вот выпустят эти блокчейны в мир. То есть вот так. А мой опыт, почему с Телеграмом, ну, мне было очень важно, потому что я вообще фанат Телеграма, то есть и бизнесы в Телеграме вел, начинал с Телеграма, у меня свой канал, рекламная сетка, это продукт UMC, это связанный с мессенджерами и рекламой, биржа реклама, вот. И сам Telegram, мне кажется, каждый из вас сегодня пользуется как один из инструментов. Поэтому такие продукты мы видим.
Telegram деньги вернул? Вы же были инвесторы в Telegram.
Да, всем инвесторам и нам, в том числе, Telegram вернул деньги за минусом этих комиссий, потраченных денег там в районе 35%, плюс комиссии фонда. То есть, да, Telegram выполнил свои обязательства и, в общем, вернул всем деньги, все окей. И я считаю, что Павел Дуров, он, ну, вот как раз тот именно новатор, который может еще, скорее всего, в будущем нас чем-то удивить.
Знаете, абсолютно все комьюнити думает, что криптоиндустрия – это некие там мошенники, люди, которые спекулянты. Знаете, люди возвращают деньги. И самый крупный человек, то есть вот Telegram тоже вернул. Вот вы видите, это вот на нашем примере. Я думаю, эта честность, которая присутствует в криптоиндустрии, она очень всех воодушевляет. И все понимают, что за этим большое будущее. Спасибо огромное, Сергей, за Digital Summit. Спасибо огромное, что вы с нами. Прям очень приятно. Коллеги, мы уходим. Я передаю слово Кэтрин и прощаюсь.
Супер.
Yes, and I am again going to talk about our sponsors and organizers. So the general sponsor of the summit is CBS1. The organizer of the conference, as you've just met him, Sergey Petric, is the co-founder of the UMC company. Diamond partners are Calibra Group, Coindar, Astral KKM, Dictum Factum, Emerex, iBanker24, Bkey. Gold partners are Best Invest Blog, Bainbong, ARPA, Walton Chain, Cybervein, Umcoin, Club IT and digital directors, Yagti, Crypto Money, Coin Codex, Snapper Bass, Bybit. And the main media partner is Forklog.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Gil Petersil with Networking Mastery Coach. He is a Networking Mastery Coach as well, and his topic going to be about new features with Mastermind. Gil, your turn. Alex, we are here with Gil Petersil. Is real well-known person over the whole the world, and we are, as humanity now, clearly understand that we are looking for new kind or new type of coaching and new kind of mastermind session from all over the globe. Gil, first of all, I welcome you here in our Blockchain Summit 2020. And for the beginning, please introduce yourself for our viewers, for our blockchain industry as well, because you are the very famous person in worldwide and over the globe. Please, your turn.
Thank you very much, Sergey and the Summit team for inviting me. I am very happy to be serving you all the way here from our home in Bali. And I look forward to showing you some of the lessons I've learned in my life. Everything that I've done in my life has always somehow been about connecting people together. I've lived in many countries in my life because I was born in Israel. And since the age of 10, I've been an immigrant, moving from country to country, learning how to connect with people. And as a serial entrepreneur, I have had so many successful failures in different businesses, from banking industry to distribution. I've set up retail businesses. Even in Russia, I had a retail shop. I had restaurants, juice bars, bakery, mobile app companies, e-commerce companies, so many things that have taught me what not to do in life and it taught me how to connect. And in the last 10 years, I partnered up with the most amazing person in the world, my wife. And we've been managing to, create this industry that we call the edutainment and tourism. So we call it educational tourism business. And in the educational tourism business, we've managed to partner up with some incredible speakers around the world, like Tony Robbins and Eckhart Tolle, and so many other beautiful minds, strong teachers in the world. And every year we build communities around them. We understand how to use the digital world. We understand everything that blockchain and cryptocurrencies have done in the world. We understand everything that people are trying to build with artificial intelligence and virtual reality. And we try to bring all of these worlds together. So in our community, and we specialize in building communities, when our community is growing, people join because they're looking for new opportunities. They're looking to connect deeply with good quality people. They're really looking to try something new in life, maybe change the industry, maybe leave their job in the corporate world and start something new. And for me, that's the most exciting thing, helping people connect through sharing circles, through very unique networking methodologies, and of course, through masterminds, which help people share and attract new mentors and strategic partners and maybe even friends into their lives. So we have a lot of fun around the world serving people. And because my wife is Russian, there's a lot of things we do with the Russian community every single day.
Really get excited of your point of view, how everything is happening on this world. You are clearly right that now artificial intelligence, virtual reality, as well blockchain industry is, very on the point of these technology startups which are going around the globe. But I want to know from your side, why these mastermind sessions now go viral at this moment? Why? What's happening over the globe? Because we are on the isolation, because we are looking for new kind of mindful people around. Just your thoughts. Yeah,
it's a very, very beautiful question, Sergey. Thank you for going deep into it, which is important. For the last 10 years, I've been traveling around the world and speaking a lot about networking. And at one stage, people in different parts of the world thought that networking is shallow and it's not deep enough. And they thought it's just about business cards or it's about selling. And the more I studied the art and the sciences behind network, I think on my best days, I'm a 6 out of 10 in networking. There is so deep on how people need to connect. As humans, how we are attracted by good quality people who are successful. As humans, how we love to be inspired by others and how we want our passions to continuously flourish out of us. As humans, we want to have deep connections. We want to have communities that we can connect with, people that we can trust, people that can help us when we need them most. And masterminds have something that have come into my life about 5 years ago. When I started to study how people connect, I started to study how can we take networking to a much, much, much deeper level? How can we have a group of strangers sitting in a room, and can we in 1 hour bring them to a deep connection with each other, share very, very vulnerable opportunities in life or in business, help them help each other, and of course, teach them how they can ask each other for help. So in a way, they're putting on their mentor glasses. And this is something funny, but the mentor glasses is when you are willing to look silly, because you look silly doing it, but looking silly sometimes is also allowing yourself to be vulnerable. And when you are vulnerable with people, you're allowing people to know that you've messed up and you failed. I failed many times in business. Life has been very difficult a few times in my life where I had no money. Even now, because of the crisis, it hit my business big time. Multi-million-dollar business in tourism and in events stops in 24 hours. That is crazy. I had a big team and it's like, wow. And I didn't want to fire my team. I wanted to allow as many people as possible to stay strong. So we had to pivot, and that's where masterminds come in. Masterminds is when you're able to connect with a complete group of strangers and work with them, learn from other people's experience. So I can learn from someone in automotive industry, and I can learn from someone in fashion industry, and I can learn from someone in food industry, and how they are making changes and how they are thinking about their business. I can learn about my business. It would allow me to make decisions that are difficult. It would allow me to see new opportunities where I didn't see them before. And it would allow me to connect with people who are very different to me. So my mind will grow. What many people do when they get into trouble, they go look inside. Who do I know? They ask my family members for help. They ask my friends for help. Friends and family members are bad mentors, and 99% of the time. They're your family and friends. They love you and trust you, but they're not your mentors. We need to look for people who are our mentors, people who can serve us and support us, and they know the answers. And this is where a group of strangers to successful business, you can connect with them. And in a mastermind format, people want to help people. It's not about give me money and I will help you. It's not like a coach. A mentor wants to support you. So in a group of a mastermind, you're surrounded by 7 to 8 mentors. How amazing and exciting is that?
Perfect view. I clearly understand that really networking matters. But how do you in this, I know, very exciting people around the globe, how do you choose right customers, right clients who are willing to and who are ready to get into their minds this, I know, this huge and interesting and thoughtful people around, which are mentors, which are business owners, and which are clearly see how to do business correctly. This iPod now tourism is dead, is unfortunately, but we clearly understand this goes out. Now all of us here online via any kind of platform, for example, Zoom, as now, but people have to collaborate each other. They are looking for that collaboration as well. And now I think is right time. What do you think about that? Who is
beautiful? Beautiful, Sergey. So that's such a wonderful question. You said 2 things that really touched my heart. First of all, collaboration. It's such a powerful word. It's such a word that has so much depth. And especially for our friends in Russia who are listening, collaboration is very, very new in Russia. Collaboration in the past would mean find a client or find a supplier and collaborate with them. No, no, no. Collaboration is looking for win-win. When 2 partners can truly support each other, and collaboration is truly the beautiful opposite of competition. You know, so many friends that I have in Russia, and of course I lived in Russia for many, many years. So I understand that our Russian friends see competition everywhere. And it's so important that they start to see collaboration, because collaboration is how you can attract new people into your network. We all have a network. Whether people understand everyone is good in networking. Some people are this good, some people are this good, some people are this good. I'm this good. I'm still learning every single day how to network, how to grow, how to become stronger and better in networking. This is so important for me because I know people who are so much better and stronger than me in networking. So I have some sun on me. I will move a little bit. So for me, it's very exciting to always grow my network. Let me give you an example. After so many years of living in Russia, 2 years ago, we decided, no, 2.5 years ago, we decided that Singapore is going to be a good place for us to live. We stayed there before a little bit. We tried it before for 1 week, 1 month before, and we understood that we can have a business in Russia, but we can now have a new business and a new home in Singapore. And I didn't know anyone. I didn't know anyone in Singapore. So I did 3 things. Number 1, I reached out to a few of my friends on Facebook and on Instagram and on LinkedIn that I know were traveling a lot around the world. And I said, do you know any people in Singapore? I want to go there. I want to meet some people. Please introduce me. Number 2 thing I did is I started to look for association, groups, communities, people who believe in networking. So like the Speaker Association, the Coaching Association, the Entrepreneur Association. I even joined the Millionaire Business Club in Singapore. And it was really interesting because through these groups of people, you know that if people are in this group, they are, you know, I don't want to say better people, but they're a very niche group. Everyone is a speaker here. It's easy to connect with them. And as soon as I came to Singapore, I started connecting with people, because the 3rd thing I did is I checked people up on LinkedIn. Every time before I meet with them, I check them on LinkedIn to understand more about them. Like you, Sergey, I checked you out. I understand a lot about what you do. I understand about the projects you're doing. For me, it's important before I spend 30 minutes or an hour with any person, for me, it's important to check them out. Why do I check them out? Not because I want to collaborate with you, because I want to connect with you. I want to create rapport with you. I'm interested in connecting with you, not for business, just for connection. And this is something that I want all of our friends who are listening right now to listen. And if you are watching this with a chat, put on yourself, how do you think you are, everyone who's listening right now, in ranking on networking? 0 being so bad, 1 being okay. and 10 being superhuman in networking. And if anybody of you are looking at each other, try to see how each other is putting in network. I believe on my best day, I'm a 6 out of 10. And many magazines, many websites put me on the front cover and says networking guru of the world, mastermind master of the world. I don't think I am. I think I'm still learning. So the way I attract new people to my network is exactly like I did in Singapore. I meet with people and I listen. I compliment them in my head. So I think, how can I help this person? This is a good person. Let me meet this person. My mind, instead of saying, how can I make business with them? Like, you know, you go to the point. I think, I'm curious. What is this person doing in life? Why is this person in Singapore? It's interesting. I want to learn more about the story of this person. And I show them with my body that I'm interested, because really from the heart, I know that if I'm curious in a human being, I will create better connection with them. So maybe they can be my mentor in the future. Maybe they can be my friend. Maybe I can learn something great from them. Maybe I can become friends with their family and my family. Maybe we could do business. I don't know. But because I'm curious, because I'm positive in my mind towards them, and because I'm always willing to invite them to my network, so I'm willing to connect them with people, I'm willing to invite them to my event, this is helping me. Same thing in Bali. I am very new in Bali. We came here on vacation. And then because of the corona, we decided to stay in Bali right now. And it's a great home. We're loving it. Our kids are happy here. And as soon as we made a decision to stay, I told my wife, every Thursday, I'm having a mastermind dinner at my house, and I invite 6 people. Only 8 people dinner, very, very strong mastermind dinner. Every Thursday, I have a mastermind dinner in my home since I decided to be here. And I'm always inviting new people. And it's interesting because the last dinner we had, one of the guys said to me, Gil, I don't know everyone. I feel a little bit nervous, you know, I'm shy. And he's a multi-millionaire. He has like, he has more than 1,000 properties around the world. And he's like, Gil, I'm very nervous. I don't know, you know, he's a single guy now. He got a divorce. I'm very nervous. I don't know a lot of people. You know, what do I say to them? Who are these people? You could see he's nervous. And I remember that so many times in my life, I am nervous. So many times. Like, I'm an introvert, but I'm an introvert who learned to change the program. And this is what I do for many of my clients, many of my friends. I help them to change slowly the program in their mind, so they have different mindset to networking. I told them, Alex, I tell you one little secret. First of all, everybody here is new. Everybody here is nice people. Number 2, everyone here, I only meet them one time. He's like, what? What do you mean one time? He's like, everyone that you meet here, I meet them only one time before in Bali. And he's like, he doesn't believe it. And like, guys, please, let me introduce everybody here. I meet you in the supermarket. I meet you last week in a workshop. I meet you through my friend only. We talk one time on the phone. And I introduce each person, who they are, what they do, but I only meet them one time. And because it was a mastermind, after I introduced them, then they each speak for 1 minute, only 1 minute, to introduce themselves, to create beautiful connection and trust. So this is how my strategy of how to bring new people into the network, by adding value and just connecting deeply with them.
Gil, I really love your energy. I really love your point of view. And now will be happy to talk about actions. How do I personally get ready to be connected, to get ready to be cooperate with you or with the people around which are ready for making that mastermind session happen? Because now we are as entrepreneurs, as people, when people are willing to do something, we have to have call to action. Now your turn. How do we get ready to do that?
So first of all, you know, I think everyone who is listening, you need to decide what kind of a person you are right now in crisis time. It is the best time to do some analysis.
Yeah.
You could do a Belbin test if you want. You could do one of the many psych tests. You could do a DISC test to understand more about who you are in business. It's very interesting, you know, to understand this. I did all these tests every year. I do some new tests to understand how can I be better connecting with my team, with partners. Like, I don't want to work so much in my life. I love working, but I also like to be on vacation. I like that I am on the beach right now in Bali. You know, it's very, very beautiful beach. Maybe you guys want to see. Can you guys see here? I don't know if you could see the beach there. Maybe you could see, but there's too much sun. So I like to relax in life, but I like the balance. So what does it mean to balance? The balance means you work smart. You work in a beautiful way to add value to people. You understand who you are so you can connect with people even better. What does this mean? In business world, there's three different kinds of people. There's the entrepreneur, the artist, and the manager. All of us have inside of us manager, entrepreneur, artist. But one of them is always bigger than the other. I, for example, I am very clear. For many years, I'm thinking I'm the entrepreneur. I set up more than 25 companies. Of course, I'm the entrepreneur. No, I am the artist. I am the artist up here. What does the artist mean? The artist is the visionary. It's the strategy. It's the community. It's the connection. It's the talking. It's what I'm doing now with you. The entrepreneur, they're hungry for money. They want money. They want business development. They want failure. They want action, 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 action. I am also entrepreneur inside of me, but artist here, entrepreneur here, manager. What does it mean to be a manager? Managing people, managing procedures, managing actions. I do this many times in my life. I work in operations. I work with Walmart. I work with distribution companies. I work many times in operations. Even one time, my job was operations director, but I don't love it. It's not my strength. So artist, entrepreneur, manager down here. If you understand who you are in business and you understand what kind of business you want to do, I understand what kind of business I want to do. I love to build communities. Now we're building communities in Bali, in Singapore, in America. We're building one in Hawaii. It's amazing. We're starting here in Bali because we live here. We are building a new blockchain business connected to barter. We are building here an ecosystem, massive ecosystem to help people to go in quarantine, but to go in quarantine in like 5-star resort with detox and juices and fun and massage, like super awesome quarantine in Bali. So if you want to come to Bali, everyone who's listening, call me. We can connect you with amazing quarantine with like everyday masterminds, everyday very cool networking. So it's not really quarantine. It's like, beautiful spa. And we are always building communities that believe in masterminds, communities that believe in education or personal growth. So as an artist, this is the sort of businesses I'm involved in, which means I'm always looking for entrepreneurs. I'm always looking for managers, people who want to manage projects, people who love to manage people who love to manage procedures, always looking for this. Now, because I'm an international person and I have businesses in many countries in the world, I look for people who speak English as well. If someone is listening and they're listening to me on translation, it's okay. If you only speak Russian, no problem. I would highly recommend to everyone in 2020, please grow your skills. Grow your skills with your hands. You could do something new. Grow your skills in your mind. Speak other languages. Have new knowledge, soft skills, hard skills. Learn to do something new. This is a very beautiful gift that we all received. We received time. We never had in the history of this world suddenly 3 months to relax at home and kind of do work. Everybody's productivity went down. Everybody's productivity, which means they have so much time at home to watch Netflix, watch videos, do stupid things with games, or they can upgrade themselves. So I'm looking for people who are looking to upgrade themselves, always upgrade. Because if you come near me and my team and my community, if you are my client, you will be upgraded. Why? Because I upgrade myself every day. Every day I'm upgrading myself. I'm trying new martial arts in my body. I'm trying something new. I'm connecting with new people. I'm always upgrading myself. And this is the beauty of networking in a closed community. If you in your community, people around you are constantly upgrading themselves, отлично, молодец, bravo, it's very, very good. But if around you, you only have some family members who are always saying to you, quarantine, Putin, government, problem, blah, blah, blah. Stop talking to them so much. Go talk to other people. Talk to people who believe in you. If people tell you now problems in Russia, don't listen to them. Amazing things in Russia. If people tell you they don't like Putin, don't listen to them. Putin is an amazing guy, one of the best presidents that we have in the world. But for me, I don't like to speak about politics because it's about the network. And people say to me, why do you like Putin? It's not politics. It's networking. He is good in networking. It doesn't matter if he do good things or bad things. Results is good. If you look at blockchain is all about the network. This is why I work with so many blockchain companies in the world to help them how to build a network. I had so many clients in cryptocurrencies. They're asking me, Gil, help us build a network. Beautiful. I love that. And I create that strategy on how to do this. So I'm constantly looking for people who are, maybe they don't have the ideas and they need new ideas. Maybe they don't have the creativity, but they have some investment money that they want to put into something that is growing. Maybe they've worked for so many years in the banking industry and insurance industry. They're not happy with the job and they want something new. This is the sort of people we're looking for. people who want to upgrade now, not people who are looking like this and I'm scared, I want to upgrade. No, no, no. People who understand that fear makes us stronger. Fear can help us grow. Fear needs to get us to step out of what is not easy for us. And I've done this so many times in my life. When it wasn't easy for me to talk to girls because I was a young, shy guy, I had to go and talk to them. When I came to Russia and I didn't speak the language and it wasn't easy for me to network with people because it was a difficult community for me to network with, I pushed myself and it was hard. And I went through the pain, so now I could teach people out there not to go through the pain. This is why I love working with clients by the hand, and I walk them through one of my accelerator programs or my Go Global program. You know, these are programs where I love to show people how easy it is to really grow, how really easy if you are willing to push, if you're willing to connect, and you're willing to invest your energy, your time, and your money, and yourself. This is the sort of people I want to connect with.
Gil, I am so thankful to you personally. That huge, amazing energy, I'm sure, come to our viewers, come to our customers, come to our VIP clients as well, and they get excited of your energy. I'm so sorry to say you goodbye because we don't have enough time to collaborate, to communicate, but my pleasure, Gil.
It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you everyone for listening. Please stay strong, connect with good people. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and say hello. Say that you heard my speech at the Digital Summit and you want to connect. Don't be shy to connect with people. It's easy. All you got to do is send them a message and say hi. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope to see you soon in Bali, and I hope that I could serve you. If you want any free content, you could send me a message and say, Gil, please send me some free content to read. I will be happy to give you with love. Good luck to all of you and stay strong and healthy.
Thank you. Gil Petersil will be with us. We are on Digital Blockchain Summit 2020. Thanks a lot.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Welcome back, everyone. I am happy to announce our next speaker. His name is George Sebastião. He's the CTO of SISSP, advisor and speaker. And he's going to talk about new cybersecurity risks of DeFi, a very popular phenomenon these days. Enjoy.
Good afternoon. My name is George Sebastião, and it's my pleasure to be here at this amazing event to discuss blockchain. We're going to be spending the next 30 minutes together, and during this time, I will be discussing the key elements of blockchain technology and as they apply to specifically crypto, DeFi, and how they're being affected by cybersecurity. I've been in this space for a little bit over 5 years, both as a CTO, as an advisor, and a board member of several blockchain organizations. You, of course, are able to discuss after this session later with me on Twitter or LinkedIn as it may be required. So looking forward to this useful conference and how we share these ideas about DeFi, blockchain, cybersecurity. As you know, cyber attacks have been around for some time, and they're an important element about how we address the elements of security. So I will be discussing some of them, some of the countermeasures, and more important than that, what is the value that I'll bring you to in this session? And typically, my friends tend to sometimes refer to me as their seatbelt. Everybody tends to understand the analogy of a car because, so I give you the seatbelt or the capability to basically diminish the risks that you may have in operating this technology in the environment. So here I am trying to be your seatbelt in blockchain, cryptocurrency, and DeFi. The big interest in DeFi is quite major because, as we know, as we move forward, there is a lot of projects that have basically created a substantial market cap. If we go back 4 or 5 years ago, everybody was talking about ICOs, then STOs, and distributed coin exchanges in which you can raise funds for blockchain or other companies. But today, the big innovation that is happening is in the DeFi or distributed finance area of blockchain. Now, why is distributed finance being such an important interest? Because it allows us to operate the blockchain and crypto environment in a completely distributed way. So people are creating smart contracts or distributed apps that run remotely and are able to run on the blockchain as a cloud environment without any centralized authority. An interesting aspect is they're able to replace the functions that are traditionally today performed by financial institutions. Some of these functions include, for example, earning interest or doing things like, for example, providing insurance So organizations like Compound, MarketDAO, Maker, etc., are and have been extremely innovative in this area. But of course, all this innovation comes with big growth, but also big risks. And the risks that I will be covering are the ones that are more specifically applicable to cybersecurity context. So the DeFi market cap has increased twofold, or basically $2 billion in under 2 months. So the growth is as phenomenal as it was during the early days of ICO, or the early days where Bitcoin got introduced, and it skyrocketed in an extremely very fast way. So the same thing is happening in the context of DeFi. So DeFi is basically a unicorn in the context of the blockchain environment. When we introduced blockchain as a technology, what blockchain enabled us is to enable trust between two parties without those two parties having any proximity or not even necessarily knowing each other. So it allows them to basically conduct decentralized financial transactions in a trustable way without a central authority. So DeFi goes one step further, allowing you to now offer a whole new range of financial services. Some examples include you can take your existing Bitcoin wallet, freeze some of these Bitcoins, and basically start earning interest on those Bitcoins. And this interest can be as little as maybe 4% a year, and sometimes as much as 20% or plus a year. So it starts to become very interesting, enabling very innovative services. However, the other aspect is the risk. If we look back at the traditional blockchain and crypto market, in 2018, we saw basically $2 billion of money being stolen from wallets, from exchanges, or through fundraisers. So that really means that although the technology is a technology of trust, substantial risks remain. And both of these risks are a combination of technology risks, they're a combination of procedural risks, and they're a combination of risks associated with the knowledge that the user has as they operate in this new economy. Of course, when you're in a distributed, decentralized environment, a lot of work tends to be done through your mobile phone, or it tends to be done through the browser that you have on your PC or even on your mobile phone. Many of you, when you have this browser, you tend to install things like, for example, extensions. And these extensions are one of the big risks that come into play, meaning that a lot of these extensions sometimes are spying on you. And many of these extensions have actually been developed with the blockchain and crypto community in mind. So they are designed to spy when you do cut and paste in the browser. They're designed to look for things like private keys, wallet addresses, etc. So once that information is captured, you basically have the risk of losing all the funds. And in some cases, the loss of these funds have actually happened live. One of the famous presenters that has a blog webcast saw his funds disappear in front of him while he was doing a session live on YouTube, on the internet. So the risks are extremely high. Other areas that have happened quite recently as well is the hackers have become more sophisticated in the way they are attacking exchanges and distributed exchanges. And sometimes they look for specific vulnerabilities or process vulnerabilities that have not been examined before. So in this case, they've been able to perform very expensive Ethereum transactions, where normally the Ethereum transaction fees tend to be very low, maybe 25 cents to maybe $1 or even less. In this case, they were performing Ethereum transactions where the fees were going into several thousands of dollars. So in this case, the exchange ended up losing close to about $5 million in Ethereum fees, although the money that was being moved in the Ethereum wallet was only a few $100s. The hackers, however, they were not able to get a hold of the funds, but they were able to lock the funds out of the specific exchange that it was operating. These exchanges did not have the necessary best practices or procedures in place to defend themselves in an effective way against these type of attacks. So having knowledge and best practices when you're operating these distributed exchanges is extremely important. Other things that are now happening is this new area of DeFi. That really means the hackers have started to focus on DeFi because the growth of DeFi is so large. Because the growth of DeFi is large, so that means they're examining what are the threats and the risks or the vulnerabilities that exist in these DeFi applications, and they're taking advantage of them to actually drain the DeFi. And one example of that was the hacker drained about 500,000 in Ethereum and altcoins from one of the more recent DeFi applications. So as you can see, one, we have these kind of high profile attacks now happening against DeFi applications. That really means the $2 billion that we saw lost in 2018 is just the tip of the iceberg of what is going to happen in DeFi. That really means in the DeFi space, the risks are much higher, and we'll try to examine a few of these risks as we go through the presentation. Another important element as we are in the crypto space is always the wallets, because the wallets are where we actually keep our private keys. And like the same thing that has happened to DeFi code, or it has happened to distributed or centralized exchanges or the hybrid exchanges, the wallets themselves, although they are safe 99% of the time, we have found vulnerabilities in them. About almost 1 year plus ago, there was a vulnerability that was found in the firmware of the Nano wallet. Nano wallet is a cold wallet that is being used popular by everyone who has been in this space for some time. So they had to quickly rush out and provide an updated firmware to close that loophole. But more recent, a high severity vulnerability was found in the Argent wallet, which provides basically the capability of draining the full contents of that wallet. So it is important to either stop using this technology or to wait for the patches to appear and automatically apply them and therefore reduce the risk. But if we go back to the original coin that started this with all blockchain is the Bitcoin. Over the last 11 or so years, we have seen that almost 20% of the Bitcoin has been lost. That means it is not accessible or not being moved at all. Of course, there is a debate whether 20% has been lost or sometimes it's 15%, but it does not really matter. Any number above 5 or 6% is considered, and I would consider it to be much higher than it should actually be. Now, how have people lost these Bitcoins? Basically, they have lost sometimes the hard drive where the information was contained. They lost address to the wallet where the private keys were stored. So there is obviously many cases. Other case that is also more prevalent recently is when people are doing what we call malware attacks that actually encrypt your hard drive by infecting your machine. And we sometimes call this ransomware. And this has also been one of the more recent cases. And all the combination of these losses continues to increase as we move forward. Some of the newer coins have some capability of key recovery mechanism. However, by using multi-signature or other, however, this does not exist in the Bitcoin environment, which is the more traditional one. Getting back to the specific area of DeFi, as I highlighted to you earlier, the space of attack can be quite substantial. And if you're really serious about having a CISO within your DeFi team, it is extremely important so that you protect the deployment of that app against all the types of attacks that are known today. And these attacks are in many areas. Some of them are associated with market attacks, where people are trying to create some kind of, for example, denial of service condition or credential access or others. They could be front-running attacks where people are trying to suppress or insert information into your infrastructure and into your protocol. They could be token-based attacks where people are looking at, for example, liquidity or other elements of your ecosystem, and they can cause troubles on the basis or assumptions that your specific DeFi application has been running. In some cases, it could be just market driven in the sense that, for example, if there's a massive increase or decrease in the cost of transactions or specific ways that the Ethereum network is running, then you could have a substantial change in the dynamics by which your DeFi assumptions are running. Of course, the people that are launching the attacks are taking advantage of the distributed power of the internet. So in many cases, they are creating bots, and they're running these bots across the distributed Ethereum network or distributed cloud network to launch a much more sophisticated attack. You have to understand that these bots could be done by infecting a large number of machines that have not taken care of their cybersecurity. So all these can basically provide a major denial of service condition against the infrastructure. And finally, I think elements of reentrancy is also important, in which you have issues associated, for example, with wash trading or multiple contract reentrancy. So here it is quite important to do what I would call sometimes smart contract audits. Today, many of these audits can be done in a combination of both an automated way that looks for the most common vulnerabilities or discrepancies in the DeFi code, but it should also be complemented with the manual review of that contract to identify any other potential vulnerabilities or exposures and go from there. Now, what really happens to your DeFi token when you have a major cyber attack? In this case, IMBTC got a substantial attack quite recently in the February-March timeframe. And what we saw is, although the token was very successful and was growing quite stable, we saw that token basically drop to almost or zero as a result of the cyber attack that actually took place. Some of the cyber attacks have to also do with the overall infrastructure in which we are running. And as you know, many of us are using the browser. Another important element is the mobile. The mobile is obviously being used for a lot of the validation, and more specifically, SIM cards are the key primary aspect that provides your identity to the network. So when you're using various mechanisms of multi-factor or at least two-factor authentication, the SIM cards that you have on your mobile are the unique way in which you identify yourself to that network. So the mobile operators for the last several years have been extremely vulnerable to what we call SIM swap attacks. And one example where BlockFi got hacked, but of course, even after the attack, they were able to at least freeze the funds, and the funds were found to be safe. But it is quite disconcerting when you have these kind of attacks in a DeFi environment as well. So SIM swap has been with us for at least the last 4 or 5 years, but it continues to increase quite gradually. In some cases, even the mobile operators have been sued and trying to be held responsible for the losses associated with SIM swap, which in a court of law, in some cases, is quite difficult to prove. Although in this case, telecom operators share some of the responsibility associated with SIM swap. As you know, in SIM swap, the process that actually happens is somebody phones the telecom operator pretending to be yourself, and then provides some basic credentials, maybe birth date, name, email, others, and says, oh, I lost access to my mobile, but I need to get access to my SIM card. And basically they reissue another SIM card with the same phone number, but under their mobile, but with your credentials. So what really happens is your mobile overnight stops working, and as a result, you lose completely access to the infrastructure that is supported by that mobile. That means your funds, that means keys that will access your private wallets, that access your centralized or distributed exchanges. And this applies, of course, to the world of DeFi as well. As we move towards DeFi, sometimes the dynamics associated with the infrastructure in which they're run are not always stable. And as we saw in MakerDAO, which is today still one of the more successful DeFi applications, had also issues associated with the ups and downs of their infrastructure. And of course, one example was when there was a big change in the price drop of Ethereum. And as a result, the basis by which their economic cycle is structured got completely defeated. So as a result, MakerDAO had to look for additional investors to be able to recoup the funds that were lost. Otherwise, they would have basically become what we would call a DeFi application that has become insolvent. Of course, since they had good connections, they were able to do so within a short period of time, and now they continue to grow quite rapidly and quite successfully. And they're amongst the top in the area of the market cap in DeFi applications. Other examples is where specific applications of cybersecurity are not being defended properly because of code and otherwise. In this case, a project DeForce, which runs the DeFi LandFMe, users lost about $25 million in the hack, and this was quite a large hack associated with the size of this DeFi project. So that really means this kind of attack is almost what we would call in our cybersecurity environment comparable to a zero-day attack, in which that you don't have the defense mechanisms to defend yourself successfully against this type of attack. But the exposure and the risks associated with DeFi go beyond that. DeFi today, as applications, are based on very specific assumptions. And as you know, Ethereum as a protocol and as infrastructure mechanism is evolving and changing dramatically. Everything today is based on Ethereum 1.0. Ethereum 2.0 is about to hit us and is going to change from proof of work to proof of stake. And these big changes to the Ethereum network will have impact on, or major impact on some of the DeFi applications that exist today. So if you are today in this space, you need to also plan into or take into consideration the ongoing evolution in the protocols, and you have to take those into consideration to be able to defend your infrastructure so that you evolve along with the protocols in which you're basically dependent. Other kinds of risks have to do with the scalability problems. As you know, DeFi runs in a completely independent cloud environment based on blockchain, but sometimes also based on other cloud technologies. And a few of these DeFi applications basically ended up with a denial of service condition in which the DeFi infrastructure stopped running. And one of them was basically Graph, in which the database size was being hosted on Google Cloud, but because the protocol were growing so rapidly that basically no matter the size of database they had, in this case, they had 50% capacity of growth, but even this 50% growth was not enough. And in some cases, this kind of caused downtimes that in the case of the graph protocol and DeFi application was up to 12 hours. So if you're in the finance industry running a finance application, you cannot afford such lengthy downtimes. So you have to plan for that. In the traditional areas of blockchain, we did quite a lot of audits against the smart contracts. And the same vulnerabilities that are today found in DeFi have been around for quite a number of years. And some of the vulnerability code that was examined identified 34,000 contracts that exist and are still available today that have critical vulnerabilities and therefore needed to be addressed. So we just need to, in the DeFi world, to take this one step further to reduce the likelihood and the risks associated with these vulnerabilities. Other key important points, we always remind you, but it's always better to remind it one more time. Cold wallets are your best safes as exist today. You want to have your key coins stored in an offline mechanism with no access to internet. Many people keep and continue to remain where they keep the exchange or their funds in exchanges. Therefore, the chance of it being hacked is very high. And you have to understand, in the case of DeFi, what you're doing is you're staking those coins in those distributed exchanges. Therefore, the risk is highlighted by any vulnerability that those exchanges will have in place. So you have to ensure that a proper audit were done against that. That brings us to the last few slides of our presentation, which really means you want to grow with DeFi, however, you have to be ready to accept the risks associated with it. That really means that if the rewards are so high that you're willing to accept the risk of potentially losing all your funds, then maybe those risks are acceptable. But that really means that you need to have a proper strategy to distribute these risks across various DeFi protocols so that you don't stake all your critical Bitcoins, Ethereum, or other coins in one single protocol. And one day you make a lot of money, but the next day that money is completely gone. You have to apply the right approach towards protection. And I remember mentioning to you at the beginning of my presentation that my friends sometimes call me, I am their seatbelt. If we take this analogy further, when you drive a car, if the car you drove today to move in your city, you are not just using a seatbelt in that car. You're using traction control, ABS or automatic braking system, collision avoidance system, and all that. So all these risk reduction strategies or control elements help you reduce the risk or operational risk. So we need to apply these same principles to the DeFi environment in which you run today. So to finalize the last key elements of my presentation, DeFi, we need to look at how we reduce the risk. So of course, things like audits are extremely important, but I found that today, smart contract audits are simply not enough, especially the automated ones. We need to do regular audits the same way we do vulnerability management in traditional IT environments. But I suggest even a few more approaches to actually diminish any likelihood of risk in the operation of these DeFi environments. So code audits are key because they allow us to inspect the code and eliminate the most common elements through automated tools, as well as through manual processes that identify potential vulnerabilities. But as you know, people sometimes miss something. That gets us to the next part, which is we need a live approach towards monitoring and alerting in our live DeFi environments. What do I mean really by that? That means we need to have a monitoring system that highlights major changes in activity in our live DeFi environments, and then alert us to saying this activity in this particular DeFi protocol is not normal. So something is out of the ordinary, and being able to hit the pause button to then study what is causing that. Without this approach, you could easily see all your funds drain within a short period of time and then without any control whatsoever. So you need both a passive system that examines the vulnerabilities, but also an active system that monitors all these in a continuous approach. Also, I think it's very important to understand the stack on which you build your DeFi protocols. You have to understand many protocols are being stacked. I call this the DeFi Lego house. So you have to ensure that that Lego house is a stable one and one that is based on the proper foundations. Otherwise, you're increasing your operational risks substantially through the vulnerabilities and operational risks that I've described so far during my presentation. Towards the end, DeFi is all about disruption. It's all about increasing the amount of profits that we make in this infrastructure. It's about increasing the services that we provide. But because of the new nature of DeFi, the risks remain high, and we need to combine these risks with the proper risk management controls. So I leave you a little bit with a joke ending, but an important one. I talked to you about the seatbelt. So today, in the IT world, we are in the world of not just seatbelts. We're in a world where people are doing gunfights. So when you're coming to a gunfight, we recommend to bring not a gun, bring the biggest gun you can get, and bring all your friends that also have guns. That means you need to have an ecosystem of partners that help you defend against those cyber attacks and monitor them in a continuous 24/7 approach. And this is what is going to give proper continuous cybersecurity in your blockchain and your new DeFi environments. It has been an extremely pleasure to present to you today, and I always like to stay within time, but we will allow later a few minutes for questions which will interact with the audience. So thank you very much, and looking forward that you enjoy the blockchain conference. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're back here. Thanks, George Sebastian, for your great speech. And now we are going for 5 minutes gap. Be with us. Don't go away.
Today's world has long turned and remains digitized. However, the realm of finance can't keep pace with innovations, thereby causing disturbances and crises. Our team has been working hard on developing the CBS1 financial ecosystem that is fully armed to bridge the gap that appeared between the banking industry and innovative technologies. Our community knows for sure that it is smart technology that can handle and resolve the major part of the market's problems. In this regard, we suggest that you take advantage of the blockchain technology within our in-house financial ecosystem named CBS1. Our mission is to make digital money accessible to everyone. We create the world's first online crypto bank whose primary goal is to become seamlessly intuitive and accessible to everyone, no matter the location. With CBS1, you will enjoy cryptocurrency buying, storing, and using services rendered with the lowest possible commissions, or even without one. Connect to the CBS1 ecosystem. CBS1 is the token that pays. Make money with us.
Hello, this is iBanker24, and here you can get passive income from promising coins. How? Our bot works on the principle of a deposit in a bank. You simply place tokens in your wallet and receive passive income. The amount of income depends on the amount of the deposit placed. The more coins, the more income. It is simple, fast, and stable. Also, there is a unique affiliate program that allows you to earn on recommendations. Welcome to iBanker24, your personal banker in the world of cryptocurrencies.
Друзья, я вам напоминаю, мы на Digital Summit 2020, и сегодня просто звездный состав спикеров. Мне очень приятно видеть Александра Мамасидикова, это директор по маркетингу нашего генерального спонсора компании CBS One, и его тема «Майнинг в 2020 году. Партнерство в индустрии, комьюнити как кредит доверия». Александр, тебе слово, давай поговорим.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Я очень рад вас приветствовать на Digital Summit 2020. Сегодня мое выступление будет посвящено маркетингу в криптовалюте 2020 года. Я хочу рассказать, что именно сейчас работает и что перестало работать и когда-то работало очень хорошо. Вот. Я подробно разберу некоторые моменты, что связано с маркетингом криптопроектов, потому что я в данной индустрии уже достаточно давно и проходил этот путь с начала до сегодняшнего дня и являюсь активным участником именно криптопроектов по сей день. Вот, ну, давайте я сразу познакомимся, и я расскажу немного о себе, чтобы было понятно, кто я такой, чтобы было все, как говорится, правильно. Вот. Меня зовут Мамасидиков Александр, я эксперт в сфере цифрового маркетинга, инвестиций и привлечения, то есть привлечение инвестиций в стартапы и фонды по всему миру. Вот. Я вхожу в топ маркетологов по сфере блокчейн предпринимателей. Вот. И наряду с продвижением сторонних проектов у меня есть еще свои личные проекты и проекты партнерские, с которыми я работаю. Вот. Один из таких проектов партнерских является CBS One. Первая в мире децентрализованная экосистема с кэшбэком. Вот, как-то так. В начале своего выступления я бы хотел, чтобы вы вернулись в 2017 год и поняли, да, там, вспомнили, как вообще происходило это все в то время, какой был бум, какой ажиотаж, хайп в сфере криптовалют, как, например, давали бешеные иксы, там, сотни иксов за сутки, да, то есть это было, то есть люди охотились за криптопроектами в то время, то есть криптокомьюнити, она говорила: о, видишь, там такое-то ICO сейчас, надо, блин, в нем участвовать. А почему надо участвовать, никто не говорит, просто там классно все. Этот токен даст иксы, и никто не мог говорить, почему он даст иксы, зачем. Тогда индустрия была очень молодая. И люди хотели просто заработать, они не вникали в технологии, они не знали, что это такое децентрализация. Тогда только зарождалась эта индустрия, и это была вторая половина 2017 года. В 2018 году все кардинально изменилось. То есть если в 2017 году достаточно было, например, сделать анонс в биткоин-талке, там анонсы в Reddit, запустить там небольшой телеграм-чатик, пообщаться немного, ну и сделать такой простенький лендосик, да, и там написать свою идею. И ты уже можешь собрать какую-то определенную сумму. Ну, на те времена это нормальные суммы были. Вот. А в 2018 это все кардинально изменилось. То есть в 2018 году уже стали более избирательны. Криптокомьюнити очень быстро учится, и этому, то есть я очень благодарен, и мне нравится всегда работать, потому что люди постоянно себя совершенствуют. Вот. И маркетинг в крипте, в криптопроектах, он всегда разный. Всегда от проекта к проекту он меняется, он становится гибридным, он становится сложным. Чем дальше, тем сложнее, тем больше нужно изощряться. Вот. В 2018 году уже настала такая ситуация, что нужно было глубоко прорабатывать техническую составляющую проекта, делать хотя бы там MVP, чтобы было, там, чтобы white paper был полностью описан, хорошая команда децентрализованная должна была быть. Потом смотрели уже на юридическую составляющую, есть ли какие-то лицензии, есть ли какой-то там вообще legal, правильно ли он оформлен. Ну и все вот эти моменты. Конечно, это давало свой результат, но главным фактором, то есть все равно проекты с MVP, они были слабыми всегда. То есть это просто MVP, говорит, вот можно там зайти и посмотреть, что типа есть вот это все, вы можете пользоваться этим. Но как этим пользоваться, если пока там... А что можно сделать? Ну ничего, вы можете просто токен потратить, там что-то сделать, ну, а практически пользы не несла платформа. И многие проекты с 18-17 года, если мы вот так копнем глубоко, они все загнулись, да, то есть не считая, то есть некоторых бирж, не считая некоторых финтех-проектов, все остальные другие проекты, они все уже не работают. То есть и такие инструменты, как Bounty, Airdrop, тоже уже не работают. Сейчас уже на первый план выходит продукт, и твой токен является реальными деньгами. То есть ты не можешь его подарить кому-то, там, сказать, вот, давай на Bounty отдадим столько-то, на Airdrop столько-то, там, или подрядчикам заплатить токенами. Это уже не та практика, потому что токены являются уже средствами, и потому что когда ты выходишь на биржу, маркетмейкеры и другие разные трейдеры, они уже не вовлекаются в новые токены, потому что это слишком рискованно. Вот. На сегодняшний день абсолютно я могу с уверенностью сказать, что многие инструменты, которые были в 2017 году, сегодня кардинально вообще не играют никакой роли. Они совершенно не работают. То есть сейчас привлечь средства на традиционный какой-нибудь IT-стартап намного легче, чем привлечь средства на криптопроект. Потому что криптопроект уже приходится как-то изощряться. Не называть там ICO, там типа токен сейла, надо говорить какие-то другие вещи, да, типа краудов, проведение краудсейла, помощь, то есть помощь в развитии проекта. Там комьюнити всегда должно помогать развитию проекта. Вот. Мы всегда нацелены на то, чтобы комьюнити давала обратную связь, говорила типа, ребят, давайте сделаем так, мы будем пользоваться этим продуктом. Спекулянты всегда, то есть спекулянты в проекте не совсем хорошие, не совсем хорошую несут эту суть проекта, потому что они просто продадут токены, на нем заработают или не заработают, но при этом имидж проекта может потеряться. И прежде всего нужно искать именно лояльное комьюнити, а именно пользователей своей платформы. И уже на сегодняшний день я могу с уверенностью сказать, что продукт играет главную роль. Уже сейчас недостаточно MVP, недостаточно тебе там всяких там даже пиара крутого. Этого уже недостаточно. Надо сделать готовый рабочий продукт, который уже пользуется спросом, который уже пользуются люди, то есть провести такой некий seed-раунд и уже полностью разработать продукт, и уже на другие стадии масштабирования ты можешь привлекать средства. То есть у тебя есть статистика, у тебя есть лояльная аудитория, и ты можешь говорить, у меня есть это, у меня пользуются им, это нравится, то есть моей аудитории. Я хочу увеличиваться, я хочу масштабироваться, и для этого делать как определенные маркетинговые активности. То есть это тот же самый пиар, тот же самый комьюнити-маркетинг, тот же самый, например, SMM. Но ни в коем случае на сегодняшний день не надо тратить средства на трафик. Ну, то есть я имею в виду там CPM, CPC и разные такие трафик-решения, потому что они, по сути, ничего не дают. То есть холодная аудитория, она работает не очень хорошо в криптосфере. То есть ты
Александр,
должен... Да.
Позволишь с тобой немножко поговорить? Или
Да, давай. Нет, говори,
Слушай,
давай, конечно.
знаешь, вот я вот слушаю, о чем ты расскажешь, это знаешь, как вот, например, наши отцы или там наши матеря говорят, ой, сыночек, а вот знаешь, как хорошо было там в Советском Союзе, все там было бесплатно, мы так хорошо жили, как копаешься, понимаешь, блин, там такие тараканы были, такие проблемы были, но, конечно, мы все вспоминаем все хорошее. Наверное, то же самое про 2017 год. Смотри, что у нас изменилось в маркетинге в 2020 году? Первое, откуда ни возьмись, взял вирус. Вот вообще этого никто не ждал, ну вообще никто не взял. На тебе, вот вирус пришел. И я думаю, он обвалил не только там реальные рынки, а еще каким-то образом на крипту подействовал. И почему-то мне кажется, что вот эти альтернативные финансы, такое впечатление, что они получили такое второе дыхание, понимаешь, как птица Феникс, вот так, опа, DAO, DeFi и так далее. То есть DAO там, ну, не соскамился, а форкнулся там в 2016 году. DeFi откуда-то не возник, банковские структуры. Как ты думаешь, вот что случилось? Что-то мне кажется, что крипта возрождается.
Да, я хочу сказать, да, тренд есть, DeFi будет рулить, потому что, во-первых, это деньги принадлежат тебе, только у тебя они есть. То есть они не принадлежат никому, ни банку, который вчера, например, то есть завтра может обанкротить. Тот же, например, Evercoin, который столько лет существовал с 95 года, и он обанкротился невзначай, потому что они вдруг решили провести супер крутой какой-то свой аудит и выявить недостачу, считает, до 2 миллиардов баксов. То есть таких в DeFi не может быть, потому что у тебя есть твои токены, есть твой цифровой актив, и ты им можешь пользоваться, кредитоваться, отдавать кому-то в управление, переводить денежные переводы. Это просто гигантская экосистема, которую нужно развивать. И это все в наших руках. То есть банкам помогает государство развиваться, потому что государство сильно, оно может заявить, вот, всем государственным там чиновникам, кто бы ни был, только все средства хранить в банках. Там все организации работаем с банками. В DeFi нету такого, это только в наших руках. Мы должны сами взять себя, сказать, это мне нравится, я буду этим пользоваться. Пусть банк будет маленький такой, небольшой, небольшим промежуточным звеном в моей структуре, то есть деньги будут храниться у меня, но когда надо сделать транзакцию, я буду обращаться к нему, я буду отправлять небольшую такую часть, сколько мне надо, я столько-то и буду тратить. То есть в этом случае это очень хорошо. Люди поняли, насколько это быстро. То есть у меня проблемы были, то есть отправкой денег. То есть у меня есть NAL, да, скажем таки, это фиат. И я не мог выйти на улицу из-за пандемии, все банки закрыты, а люди, подрядчики просят деньги, говорят, деньги. Что мне делать? Я спокойно это решил, этот вопрос. То есть у меня есть возможность решить этот вопрос. Я просто отправил, скажем таки, USDT. То есть отправил, это тоже один из инструментов взаиморасчета. Это тоже децентрализованные финансы считаются. То есть, и вопрос решен.
Пользователи немножко разжуем этот момент. Ты сказал, что банки закрыты, да, согласен. То есть ты не можешь в банкомат засунуть свою бумажку, чтобы она превратилась в цифровую.
Нет,
а как ты это делаешь USDT? Все равно кому-то же бумажки отдать надо.
А бумажки отдать очень просто. Ты просто звонишь OTC провайдеру, он приезжает, ты ему отдаешь кэш, и он тебе сразу на месте все переводит. Это моментально, не выходя из дома. Просто руку и через дверь просунул, и у тебя все работает. Это без всяких бумаг, без всяких вопросов, куда ты столько денег отправляешь, кому, там, и всякие такие вопросы неудобные, да, заполнение 1000 бланков, подписи, там, 2-3 часа потерянного времени и очередь, да, к примеру. Это я говорю в нормальное время.
Я с тобой полностью согласен. Я прекрасно помню тот момент, когда человек мне там из Израиля переводил деньги и случайно перепутал местами имя и фамилию, да, и пришлось еще долго объяснять, что это я, ну, блин, это я, как бы человек просто перепутал, а это может быть очень часто. Там все совпадало, все, чуть ли не до волос, да.
Я тебе больше скажу. Я вот совершенно недавно, у меня просто немного ограниченное количество криптовалюты было, я не смог отправить, не хотел отправлять ее, и я решил отправить денежным переводом MoneyGram, то есть в Португалию средства. В итоге что получилось? Он, тот, кто в Португалии должен был получить средства, он сказал: блин, Саш, сорян, я не могу получить эти средства здесь. Они не знают, что это такое, как это работает. Я говорю, как не знают? Ну вот так вот. Забери, говорит, все свои деньги, ты можешь, да, их забрать обратно. Когда у тебя будет крипта, отправишь мне, а так все норм, типа. Понимаешь, люди уже готовы даже жертвовать ежеминутный, вот сейчас, который может пойти в банк, взять средства, вытащить их. Нет, он не хочет этим заморачиваться уже. Он хочет просто, будет у тебя, отправь. Я подожду недели, 2-3, ну мне нужно это, типа, все.
Кстати,
вот.
Именно про MoneyGram, это наши очень хорошие знакомые, в том числе и твои друзья, они сейчас уже переметнули в сторону крипту, и крипты это дело исправили. Так что криптопроцессинг рулит. Слушай, у нас не очень много времени, но я хочу тебя спросить именно про криптопроцессинг. Я прекрасно помню, в 2017 году говорили: ой, ну зачем нам эти ваши токены, мы не знаем, как это использовать, а как заводить, а как выводить. Сейчас очень многие вопросы это решились, и притом это никак не привязано к регуляторике. Пришел с фиатом, с помощью карточки завел, процессинг пошел, крипту получил. Что ты думаешь вот по этому поводу? Чувствуется, что бизнес просыпается?
Да, но, Сереж, здесь есть такие моменты, что это все суррогатные решения, это не прямые решения каких-то банковских структур и вообще, то есть ты делаешь, то есть у тебя есть провайдер ликвидности, который готов тебе выдавать буфер, да, например, средств, и это все называется просто, это предоплаченные карты. Ты выпускаешь предоплаченные карты и туда отправляешь определенную крипту, и оттуда это все работает. Но я думаю, что мы на верном пути. Почему? Потому что все начинается с суррогатных решений. А потом это все, то есть я знаю команду, которая сейчас работает в Европе, и она для этих целей получает банковскую лицензию с большим уставным капиталом, чтобы полностью на OTC сделках зарабатывать криптой, то есть чтобы у них была большая ликвидность фиата и большая ликвидность крипты, чтобы с этой частью, например, они сколлаборировались с биржами, и где у тебя токен, например, работает, пусть он будет даже мизер стоить, но он будет, если продаваться и будет иметь какую-то небольшую ликвидность, ты уже можешь использовать ее у себя в картах. То есть на момент оплаты, там, MasterCard или Visa или что-то в этом. Вот, например, в этом плане. И еще я бы хотел сказать про то, что мы, например, то, что сейчас мы реализовываем на CBS One, это тоже входит именно в криптопроцессинг. В процессе мы хотим стать большим криптобанком для каждого, который хочет. Кстати, мы выбрали очень хорошую модель. Это модель, которая, помнишь, раньше было такое, что чтобы ограничить эмиссию токенов, нужно было делать локапы, там, 5-е, 10-е какие-то моменты. Сейчас мы решили этот вопрос и решили его очень хорошо. То есть мы делаем именно на технологии Proof of Stake, мы выпускаем один токен, да, CBS One, он генерирует второй токен, CBS Cash. Тем самым мы регулируем эмиссию токенов. И проект постепенно развивается, не мешая краудсейлу, то есть токены моментально не сливаются. Здесь есть CBS One, здесь есть CBS Cash. Это очень хороший инструмент на сегодняшний день. Он повышает ликвидность токенов, он помогает, чтобы токены работали. Это один из таких фишек, которые можно сейчас, например, использовать в проектах. То есть то, что можно делать, и, ну, как сказать, ну, я бы рассказал бы еще много о хороших фишках, то, что сейчас работает в сфере маркетинга, в сфере крауда, вот.
Александр, у нас есть еще там, 4-5 минут. Пожалуйста, некий такой conclusion, потому что людям хочется услышать изменения в маркетинге или, возможно, ваши решения. Было бы очень интересно.
Да, я, например, могу отметить такие вещи, что прежде всего нужно понять, что тратить деньги на маркетинг не бессмысленно, то есть на трафик именно, чтобы нагонять его, это бессмысленно, не надо этим заниматься. Далее, нужно наращивать свою аудиторию и делать сильный продукт. То есть для аудитории важно, чтобы фаундеры сами участвовали тоже в продукте и знали продукт от и до. Устраивать AMI-сессии, да, там, привлекать сторонних каких-то экспертов и развивать вот это сообщество, чтобы они чувствовали, что там есть сильные лидеры, которые всегда могут вытащить проект то есть из любой ситуации, потому что они могут привлечь хороших экспертов, хороших специалистов, организовать классную работу. Вот, типа того. Далее. Я бы, например, сфокусировался бы именно на, когда все процессы, когда продукт, когда все решено, когда комьюнити-маркетинг решен, я бы сфокусировался на пиаре, который дал бы большой траст. Я бы осветил там команду, предыдущий опыт, какие проблемы решает, делал бы аналитические статьи. То есть у меня были успешные кейсы, где мы реализовывали это все. Далее, я бы начал бы с какого-нибудь локального рынка. То есть в IT есть такое понятие, как soft launch, да, то есть такой небольшой такой старт. И я бы его бы сделал именно на локальном рынке, где тебе максимально комфортно работать. То есть там бы развился бы, достиг бы какого-нибудь статуса и мог бы этот статус использовать. Например, №1 компания в такой-то стране по блокчейну, да, и выходить с этим заявлением на внешнее, да, там оккупировать по регионам, потом по континенту, а потом уже полностью глобал брать. То есть я бы работал в этом направлении. Это очень важно, чтобы все было поэтапно сделано. Вот. И еще самое главное, нужно учесть то, что к токенам нужно относиться серьезно. Это те же самые деньги, которые у тебя в кармане. Фаундеры не должны разбрасываться токенами. Каждый токен – это деньги. И нужно просчитывать токеномику очень внимательно, очень четко и очень, как говорится, со всеми аспектами. Продумать локапы, продумать возможность эмиссии, то есть не делать модель там инфляционную, а дефляционную, чтобы не было возможности доп. Выпусков. Ну и, соответственно, сжигание токенов должно присутствовать. Непроданных, недопроданных токенов надо просто избавляться, потому что он не даст ничего. То есть вкупе, когда даже на CoinMarketCap будешь там листиться, они скажут: сорян, брат, ты не продал эти токены, я тебе в капитализацию их не засуну. Ну и все, типа того.
Спасибо огромное, Александр. Мы видим, что рынок криптовалют, вообще весь блокчейн рынок и индустрия переходит из хайпового и спекулятивного в сторону честного, понятного и аудируемого, уже такой maturity. И я еще раз напоминаю, что с нами был Александр Мамасидиков, директор по маркетингу компании CBS One, и мы поговорили про маркетинг в 2020 году. Мы переходим к нашему следующему спикеру. Катрин?
I actually do agree with Alexander's point that is everything that is happening in the marketing does indicate that the market is maturing and the customers are also maturing with it. And our last speaker of the day, last but not least, Grace Chen, the co-founder of Who Exchange. She's going to talk about a new journey to the future. Please do not turn off your screens after her speech, because we're going to have the contest of the day.
Hello, everyone. I'm Grace Chen, the co-founder of Who.com, who is a one-stop blockchain as a service platform. I'm so happy to be invited to participate in the Russian 2020 Digital Summit. And since the coronavirus have been spread all over the world, and it is still severe and tough period right now, so we have to meet you guys online by video. I hope the coronavirus can be over as soon as possible and the human life can be returned to normal. And I expected to see you guys face to face next summit. And so for my keynote speech today, I will share the latest development of WHO to you guys and users in Europe. And since our 4th version just being updated, we are ready for our global development. And so far, for our WHO users have been throughout the United States, Russia, South Korea, Brazil, Vietnam, and so I think we will keep very close connection with Russia and the whole European users. And also, I think in the near future, you guys will see us more. We will also launch more versions of the languages and CNET and launch more international high quality blockchain projects and continuously provide safe, stable digital assets trading and financial services for our global users. So here today, I will share what we are going and what we are doing. So let me get into my keynote. For WHO, let me tell you our branding story, and WHO actually was a kind of a token made of gold in ancient time in China, which was used by king to control his army. The symbol appearance of WHO is a tiger. So the symbol of WHO is a tiger, and WHO is divided into 2 parts, one controlled by king and the other controlled by the general. And the army obeyed the men who hold both parts together. WHO is the origin of a cryptocurrency, cryptography, and it stands for safety, trust, and responsibility. And modern cryptography follows the spirit of WHO. For example, crypto wallet address is one part. The private key is another part of WHO. So it functions well only when both parts are combined. So for our team, our core team members are BTC and other crypto tokens earner investors, blockchain programmers, and professional financial team members. So far, we have more than 80 members in total. For our product developing team, which has more than 10 years professional finance experience and also experience in developing financial software. With the years of experience in blockchain industry, bank level, and secure trading and professional services will always come first. And so for our WHO products, we got 4 big parts. One is our WHO exchange. And for the WHO exchange is the world's leading cryptocurrency exchange. We dedicate to exploring innovative and quality digital assets investment opportunities and providing secure, efficient trading service for our investors and traders worldwide. And for our WHO financing, we provide our speedy lending services for digital assets. And also our wallet. For WHO wallet, we support like secure storage of multiple tokens. More than 40 mainstream digital tokens such as like Ethereum, EOS tokens have been updated there. And it's convenient and practical bookkeeping, which supports the import and modification of the WHO wallet bills as well as external flow records. And also our WHO custody. For WHO custody, we provide a functional support for developing wallets, accessing exchanges, adding digital currency payments, and other scenario to enable crypto assets to be stored in more secure way, and projects can be progressed in a more efficient manner. And here is let me share some of our WHO statistics to you guys. Our users, by now, our registered users are like 940,000 in total, with our DAU 28,000, and our contracts users so far has already been reached like 55,000, and our non-users like 80,000. So the users are spread across more than 250 countries and regions, including America, Russia, Korea, Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, and etc. Like what I mentioned earlier before. And our trading status, our 24 average spotting trading volume is 24 billion US dollars. And also our total trading pairs has already been reached to 138. And also so far our high quality tokens with AR, GRT, HNT, CAPE, and also one very popular token, a Republic Yen, and also Compound. Compound is a very famous and popular DeFi project, which has been 5,266% price up. It's very popular here in China and also the worldwide. And also the OKS. The OKS has been listed on WHO just like a week before. It is the first defined projects on Chuan, developed on the public chain. And also our contract status, like our 24-hour average volume has been reached 268 million. And also our known status, right now, our total lending volume, has also been reached 1,000 million. So our available tokens for lending, and you guys, if you have the lending demands or request, you can find who. And here we support USDT, BTC, Ethereum, LTC, or any many other mainstream cryptocurrency with very low interest. And also we got our options, refund right, insurance right, and our who custody the statistics. You can see, you can follow up the numbers here. And for our exchange, I wanna tell you more about our exchange. For who exchange, we got like 4 big features. One is invitation code. Why we have an invitation code? Because we really want to share our profits and our trading phase back to our partners. So all our users are all our partners. So if you got registered on who, you need get an invitation code, and the invitation code you will get from someone, and that's why the profits will be connected and spread by that way. And also we got our VIP system. VIP users has lower trading fee and higher invitation reward. And our also investment for quality projects and leasing fee discounts will be all available for our VIP, for our WHO VIP. And also our WHO NAPs. For WHO NAPs, we will introduce some very famous and popular projects. And we will help the projects to do the fundraising from our WHO NAPs. So if any guys or any projects in Russia or in Europe, if you got the needs for fundraising, you can contact WHO. You can contact who.com, and we may help to do that. And also earlier before, we have the projects like Algorand, Nervous, Cocos, Casper, and some famous projects just like that. And also our WHO ecology products. We got a finance, listen, OTC, coin trading, and other blockchain services. So this is the 4 parts of our exchange. And also here, our trading mode and also risk control and marketing and market making and trade sim. You can follow the tips here. And also for our exchange, we will paying attention on the safety. So safety always comes the first. We got a like advanced safety plan and professional for with our who custody protect our users' assets. And also we got a efficient modification mode, receiving new data and get every market opportunity. And also our services, customer support will have like 7 multiplied 24-hour timing services. And here is our global development strategy. For our international market, especially in Korea, we got a very big community and users out there, especially Korean US community, such as Korean EOS and many Korean investment organization and media. They have been all cooperated with WHO very closely. And earlier before, like Korean users take up like 20% of our total users and giving high acknowledgement of a platform experience. Also Thailand and the Philippines and also Canada. We got many users from the parts of Canada. And so right now, next year, we really want to keep more close relationship with Russia, and we will do our global markets to European markets since the end of since next year. And here, so let me introduce our T mode. T mode is the redemption option. So here is we got this product at the beginning of our exchange. So it's like you can get the features from my pages here. So we got a various quality product. Option token is used to protect users' investment, helping build projects' reputation. So this is what the T mode set for. And also, this is a treatable token option. When projects release its token, T mode will require projects to supply corresponding option token to the users. Users can sell project token to WHO by using the option token at a fixed price. And also, we did a very risk control by setting this model. If user join the project's investment, option token will be help to protect the user's right against the risk. Users can use option token to sell project's token back. So if you guys got some projects which want to do our T mode, please feel free to contact us. And here, let me introduce our WHO wallet with very quick. For WHO wallet, like what I mentioned before, we have been supported multiple tokens already, and also for our listen parts, we have a do listen with our with multi-gauge for a little bit now time, and it's very popular products here, and people can lend any token and mainstream token we supported they want with a very very low interest. And for our WHO wallet, we got many functions just like OTC and Convent. And for our WHO custody tokens, we supported like more than 30 public chain and various token solution. And for the details of the public chain, you can get reference by this page. Thank you. And also the who custody solution, we have a commercial wallet. For commercial wallet, we provide mature and reliable wallet solution to increase developing efficiency and lower the operation risk. Functions of transaction, research, convert modules are provided to enterprise such as exchange, ODC, wallet server, game developers. And also our asset management is another part of who custody. With asset management, with the increase of a crypto assets fund and enterprise needed to improve how to storage the assets. Investment fund, hedge fund can all utilize who custody assets trust solution to make the management more simple, safe, clear. So many agents and the hedge funds have already adopted our solution, this asset management from our who custody. Okay, here is our the general introduction and sharing of who, and so it's really happy to share that, and also thanks for inviting who to join the digital summit by the whole group, and thanks a lot, and we expected to see you next time face to face. Bye bye everyone. Bye bye.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you so much for your amazing speech. And this is pretty much the end. But before we go, we're going to have the contest where you're going to have pretty great presents. And with this, Sergey is going to help us.
Да-да-да, друзья, мы перешли к самой, можно сказать, вкусной части этого саммита, к эксклюзивной части подарков для наших зрителей. Итак, я хочу напомнить, что подарки мы раздаем двум участникам, двух приобретевших билеты, это эксклюзив и эксперт. И хочется напомнить, что розыгрыши возможны благодаря нашему генеральному спонсору компании CBS One, а также Diamond партнерам Colibri Group, Cofounder, Astral KKM, Dictum Factum, Emirex, iBankX24, Biki и Gold партнерам Best Invest Blog, Bingbon, ARPA, Walton Chain, Cyberwayne, Uncoin, клуб IT and Digital директоров Я IT, CryptoMoney, CoinCodex, SnapperBuzz и Bybit. Catherine?
Yes, so the system is we're going to have a number, I think that there are more than 200 emails right here, everyone who has registered. And we're going to have a random system choosing 4 people, 4 emails, and we're going to name them. That's pretty much it. So the first present that we will have for today is AirPods plus discounts from partners. The second person is also going to get AirPods plus discount from partners. The third person, the third lucky person, is going to have an iPhone plus discount from partners. And the fourth, probably the luckiest today, is going to have a MacBook plus discount from partners. So we're going to start. It's going to be a little bit technical. We're going to choose the numbers right now. The algorithm.
Мы крутим барабан, так сказать.
Yes.
Да, крутится.
You will see the emails on screens. So the first one is 1938, and we're looking. The first number is 1938. So then the name is Gennady. 1938 is just
номер 1938, Геннадий.
I found the email, and I'm gonna spell it. YURANIKOLAYEV 1985@mail.com, and you can see your email on the screen, and if this is your email, please contact the organizers, and you will get your present. Number 2.
Да, Юрий Николаев 1981 на gmail.com. Это ваш подарок. Забирайте AirPods, быстренько связывайтесь с нашей администрацией, подарок ваш.
Going forward, number 2. Who's the lucky person right now? 78278. The person who has registered under number 782 is the
номер 782. Ждем сейчас электронной почты на.
So we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have a name, but we have an email. iu76@yandex.md. If this is your email, please contact the moderators and get your gift.
Да-да-да, вторые AirPods ушли уже на email, указанный на экране. Пожалуйста, связывайтесь, получайте свой подарок. Мы работаем для вас.
Who's gonna get iPhone? That's a very beautiful number, and I've been told that it's number 640. Let me see who is.
Я вижу, что выиграла Юлия.
I think we have a name. It's Julia, and the email is godgodcildnikov.t.popov@hotmail.com. I said it.
Юлия, ваша длиннющая почта на экране. Пожалуйста, связывайтесь с администраторами, получайте в подарок iPhone, он ваш.
And last present for today is MacBook. And a person who's going to get a MacBook is 252 or
2552.
Let's see who's that. The login name is Barun, I guess. So the email address is barunka1993@gmail.com. Yes, please check your screens. If this is you, don't forget to get your MacBook and discounts from partners. So congratulations to everybody who won something today. To anybody who didn't, don't forget to register for tomorrow, and you might be the lucky one tomorrow. So I think that was a pretty great day. We've had some amazing speakers and get some pretty insightful information. For tomorrow, we're going to have experts with the background in finance, trading, and mining. So I think that was a good session, don't you, Sergey?
Yes, for sure. Извиняюсь, я переключу на русский. Друзья, мы с вами сегодня очень круто поработали. Это был Digital Summit 2020. Я думаю, что вам было безумно интересно. Завтра будет тоже интересный день. Коллеги, будьте с нами. Завтра в 16:30 по Москве мы с вами снова увидимся. Наверное, стоит уже сказать, что этот день у нас удался. Окей, очень хорошо. Друзья, мы с вами увидимся. Это Digital Summit 2020. Мы стараемся для вас. Завтра в 16:30 по Москве мы увидимся. Пока-пока.
Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Bye.